Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to February 3rd, 1996? Question
Wow.
mark?
It's like I'm already there.
Yeah.
Can't
Hey,
wait for Sonic 3. It's gonna be bidding.
you know what? Yes. That's true. That's the other big, wait, no, 1996. That would have been
Wait.
94. Sonic 3's been out
Oh
for a
God,
couple
Jesus
years
Christ.
now.
Kit's been saving up for a while.
I can't wait for Sonic
okay.
Extreme. That's gonna be the one that gets me to buy a Saturn.
Oh,
Hell
yeah.
yeah, Sonic Extreme can't fucking wait.
Listen,
There
you
we
got
go,
the
saved it.
with the Sega Saturn and the 32X on the market, they've got it cornered. No one can compete.
Absolutely. Okay.
Overwhelming the hardware and software market.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure the Ultra 64 is out at this point, actually. I'm pretty sure you could get a Nintendo 64 right now in February of 1996. Fairly certain. I might be wrong. But so today we're going to be playing Radical Dreamers, the Trésor Interdit, so known as the Forbidden Jewel, the Unstealable Treasure, a bunch of stuff like that. Fun subtitle. This is original sequel, Chrono Trigger. Blue Queen just recently played through for the very first time.
Boo. I loved it. I was booing me. I loved
Oh,
I
you were
loved Chrono
booing
Trigger.
yourself. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, this is kind of a Chrono Trigger Gaiden in a way. Yes. So this is essentially first draft of Chrono Cross, which we're going to be streaming once we are done with Radical Dreamers. And look at this as a beginning of that. But what's Radical Dreamers? What the fuck is this game? A lot of people probably don't know about it. Maybe they've heard about it or they've seen it in a ROM list. They don't really get what that is or what the connection is with the like Chrono Trigger and stuff like that.
Nothing
Are the
about
dreamers are the dreamers radical? Are the dreams that they're having radical? This is funny rock.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, there is a funny
nothing-
rock on the screen. That's true.
Yeah, it's fascinating because nothing about what I'm seeing, not the rock, not the visual language used for the title,
Uh-huh.
not anything suggests that this is in any way connected to Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, that's true. It does not start out apparent. I will tell you that. So what the deal with this game is that this was a Squaresoft release for the Super Nintendo peripheral called Broadcast Satellaview. And to briefly get into what that is, I will probably talk more about this at a later date because I'm interested
You
in
deserve a
Satellaview.
tip.
Thank you, Tyler. I'm interested in Satellaview and I might do a stream related to it, but to briefly get into what that is, the Satellaview was made in partnership with a satellite radio company and called St. Giga. It's known for doing new age ambient broadcasting. Had no commercials, no news, no talk, no DJs. It was just like new age music, ambient ocean, nature, animal sounds, and sometimes they would have like poets and stuff do readings over it. It's a very, very fascinating concept. Unfortunately, as the Japanese bubble economy burst, St. Giga started struggling. Nintendo, who owned some stock in them, was like, hey, what if we use some of this satellite radio technology for video games? And so they made this machine which, at its simplest level, is something similar to what we had in the US on the Genesis with the Sega Channel. It would stream game data over the internet, or not over the internet, but over the radio waves, and the Satellaview would pick it up. You could you could download onto a cartridge that would come with the Satellaview peripheral add-on. You could download stuff and play it. Some of this was meant to be like live events that had like radio dramas that went with it, essentially. Like the most famous one is probably the Satellaview remake of the original Legend of Zelda, which was a 1 hour broadcast for 4 weeks where you would play all of the original Legend of Zelda along with like a radio narration that was like telling you about like what was going on in the world, and like, oh, Ganon's power has caused the fairies to flee, so you can't use the fairies at the fairy fountain right now, and stuff like that. It's very interesting. I want to go deeper into Satellaview sometime in the future because it's a fascinating service. Squaresoft, of course, was, asked by Nintendo, like, hey, are you gonna make some stuff for this? And that this machine came out in 95, and Chrono Trigger was new, they put out some Chrono Trigger related stuff initially. If you look through ROM lists, you'll probably see stuff like BS Chrono Trigger character library or BS Chrono Trigger music library. It's like you could go on the Satellaview and you download like these things that are like, oh, you can look at like character profiles and animation tests of the Chrono Trigger characters, or you could do the race with Johnny at any time if you had a Satellaview.
Oh, that's a killer feature.
Yeah, yeah. Or you could,
poor Johnny after we did that game.
Or you could like just have like a Chrono Trigger sound test. But Microsoft also had a small team that was working on like an original game for the Satellaview. That's what Radical Dreamers was directed and written primarily by the writer of Chrono Trigger, Masato Kato, and it features music of Yasunori Mitsuda, like Chrono Trigger. A lot of the Chrono Trigger that isn't necessarily like the really big names that are attached to it, like Nobuo Uematsu, Yuji Horii, Hironobu Sakaguchi, those guys, they weren't involved, but like the rest of the team was, essentially. And they had a lot of freedom to do whatever they wanted, and so they wrote like a sound novel sort of situation. A sound novel's like a visual novel, except like not as many visuals, mostly just sounds. And yeah, it's an interesting little piece that ended up becoming the basis for Chrono Cross later on. That's about all I will explain about it for now. Because this is like a first draft of Chrono Cross, there are going to be characters, events, concepts, themes that later appear in Chrono Cross. I'm not going to point those out. We'll just have fun engaging with this on its own terms, and whenever we get to Chrono Cross, we'll see if things go in similar ways, if they get used differently, stuff like that, because there is stuff that's different, obviously, as well. They're quite different, honestly. Anyways, that sound cool?
That sounds great. Although,
Yeah.
the concept of this being not as visual fascinates me because I feel like had somebody picked up the phone and cut a little check to Mr. Toriyama and said, "Hey, can we get some, can we get some lip flap art here?"
Oh yeah.
I wonder if they could have picked up some sales there.
Well, I mean, for one thing, it was a one-time download, like over the Satellaview
Really?
system. Yeah,
Oh,
like
so it's
when I
small.
said we are here in February 3rd, 1996, I mean, it was literally only broadcast for download on February 3rd, 1996, from noon to 2 a.m. After that point, you could never download it again. If you had downloaded it, you could keep playing it, but that was the only time it was available for download.
So
that was the only broadcast of this game.
Holy shit! Holy
Yep.
shit!
Yep.
So a question.
So even though this was a Japan-only thing on like a very niche peripheral, even then, this is an even lesser seen thing than it would have even sounded like to begin with.
That's why the fact that we had this at all prior to its re-release then is insane.
Yes, that means that somebody downloaded it the one day that it happened, and they dumped the memory of like the Satellaview memory cartridge that they used to download things onto immediately without replacing that data with something else. Because also you could only have like one thing on that cartridge's data, I think. So yeah, it's a very interesting piece of ephemera, like literally ephemera. Because yeah, it was only available one time, and I think it was only made in 3 months. So yeah, weird little game. I don't think Square was investing a lot in this idea.
That
It
I
didn't
will
seem like it.
No,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, though, that approach does start to make a little bit of sense for the format where it's this pipeline of constant new things. It's like, this is not something we expect you to pay full gaming price for and get a full gaming experience out of.
Yeah, because you're not paying for this stuff, I don't believe.
No.
It is just a download. You're paying for the subscription to the service.
That makes it's really interesting because it almost feels like they didn't know what an indie game was and things like that weren't a thing yet. We weren't there yet.
Yeah. It's kind of like services that we have now, but really different.
Yeah, really, they were like, because a lot of this era is so technologically experimental. Like we had Sega Channel and so many other services like that.
Yeah.
They wanted to do networks. They wanted to do the internet. And nobody had figured out how.
Yeah. It's really very interesting. You know what? We can keep talking about this. Let's go over to the game screen and get this started.
Gladly. I'm very excited. After that whole like pretense, like I'm very excited now.
Yeah, it's very cool, right?
Especially considering the previous game was such a delight. By the way, hello. Look at
hi. I made these this weekend. Let me make sure the game isn't gonna blow anybody's ears out first, before we actually get started.
While you're in there, if there's a setting for blowing people's minds, make sure that is activated.
Okay, thank you, Kloob. Presented by the Radical Dreams, 1996. It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. This old notebook, covered with mold, was a diary that belonged to my grandfather who passed away years ago. Tan's distant memory.
Fire, are you able to stream to Discord as well so we see it without a delay?
Oh yeah! Let me do that! 1 sec!
Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry.
worries.
I totally forgot. Let me give that to you. Sorry, everybody.
No worries.
There you go.
Am I going to hear beautiful audio along with this?
There is going to be audio, yes.
Yay!
I think maybe I can turn this up. Here. Yeah, there we go. Wonder if you still remember how we first met in our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. We were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past. Just by closing my eyes like so, whispering your name, desolate night.
I think I've culturally absorbed at this point that Kid is a character's name, but it is very funny here because it feels like they're like, "Hey, Kid, how you doing?"
Yeah, it's a little odd. It's an odd name choice, but whatever.
This fucking rules.
Yeah, Kid. Hey, Kid. Hey, Kid.
Hey, Kid, get off the McDonald's place. It's not open yet.
Are you ready, Kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes. Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Serge?
Are these different characters? Should we start?
These are different characters. Who wants to do the Australian accent? Kate has an Australian accent. This is canonical.
This is not canonical? Okay. Is this kid here?
Yeah, this is Kid.
Come on! I feel like I can't do this. I can't do an Australian accent.
Gloop, let's hear your Australian accent.
All right then, come on, Nigel, let's go. That bastard Lynx is. Oh, I faded. Oh shit.
It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, cool. Cool shooting star.
Mage.
Here we are, radical dreamers. Le trésor interdit. This is a little cut off, but not that much. It's fine. I cropped this a little bit because there's just like fucking widescreen sidebars on the side that is literally just like a blue and gray black gradient. Yeah, it's nothing. You are missing nothing.
I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna ruin the illusion and show them.
You're gonna wait. How are you going to do this? You taking a screenshot and you're posting it in the chat or something? Okay, yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
We're Surge.
So you're not Kid, you're Surge.
Oh, we're Surge. Surge is the main.
Really? I thought Kid was the main character.
Yeah, Kid is kind of the main character, but the player character is Surge. You know, it's the narrator. Do you want to try Australia again?
Let's see. You know, it's an accent I haven't practiced. Old lady's tip-off was right on the money. God, that's hard. God, okay.
Yeah.
Counterspell on the barrier around the outer walls could have done a real number on us. This may evolve over time.
Its plain, unadorned braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. Picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's magic shields, getting closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. For the three of us, Kid, Agile, and guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then, I was a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. It was in the Outlands, a town called Regiora, we first ran across one another. Since then, dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, misadventures too. Kid.
Kid.
She was a thief.
Kid.
Not just any thief. It's a few months shy of 17, and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. More, is achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand at campsite cooking, so she liked to claim.
I can't relate to this character anymore. Can somebody else do her?
The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich and give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid's style. She was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, obsessed with money. Rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. She wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. Sometimes. She had her moments anyway.
Oh, this game is good.
I glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Magil. Also known as Magil the Shade. It's Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still hardly knew anything about him. All I knew is that he was around 30 years old, not much of a talker. Was one heck of a mage. Heard that he and Kid had started working together way before I met her.
I'm so sorry for making a funny noise, but I just made a connection between Magil and Magus.
That seems ridiculous.
Okay.
He always covered the top half of his face with a mask. I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. The man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper in another world. Wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past, but Magil? Might as well not have had one. Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. And a man he was, and a life he'd lived before, nothing. He's from Final Fantasy. Now you're on to something. You might ask how exactly I wound up being a part of this merry band. It's complicated. I guess you could say that life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. Kid, he was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead.
Look lively, boys. We got company. I'm going to brush up on my Australian.
Glanced around warily as cool eyes. Eevee Master!
Da-da-da!
Thank you for the raid. How are you doing, everybody? Welcome to
Hey,
Radical
kid.
Dreamers.
The radicalest dreamer there ever was.
She really is, yes. Glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night, surrounding us. Pack of wildcats. Must have been about 10 of them. Thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. It calmly shifted into a fighting stance. What?
Watch yourselves. I reckon these buggers are treated for rabies.
The wildcat snarled and growled as they slowly closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Her eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dripped wetly to the ground. Jesus Christ!
Wow! Fortunately, they were all very close, so my area of effect attack could take out multiple of them at once.
Yeah, I really love that they all have unique eyes too. The visuals they choose to have in this game are really, really cool, I think. And then one of them sent an almighty roar soaring to the moon. The hunt was on. What was I going to do? I'll try to use magic, but I don't know any spells! A wildcat lunged at me, its jaws agape. Ah! By pure reflex, I shielded my face with my arm. Tense pain shot through me from wrist to shoulder. Yeah, this has visual novel combat. The wildcat tried to sink its fangs in deeper. Its grip was poor. Shook it off and gave it a kick for good measure, sending it running back into the pack. I think that's you, Blue.
Surge, behind you!
Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled wildly around and came face to face with a pair of eyes blazing like hellfire. I attacked. Wildcat was coming right at me. By reflex, I ducked, its attack swiping through the air directly over my head. I felt its hot breath on my cheek as it flew by me.
It flew a kiss.
Yeah! At the same time, I thrust my knife upward, plunging it into the beast's belly.
There's owie noises? There's like RPG owie noises? Wild.
This game rules is the thing. With a horrible cry of agony, the wildcat crashed face first into the ground. I lost my balance in the chaos, fell down in a heap as well. I rolled over and was only just able to stagger back to my feet before readying myself for my next opponent. Breathing heavily, the handle of my knife was slick with sweat as I tightened my grip. A kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry. The Kid had already moved in to finish it off. I love that they're pathetic. And then, the roar of fire. A burning smell filled my nostrils, and next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. Magil's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat, fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow.
Jesus.
Scan the area. Moments ago, we had been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left.
Funny how that happened.
Kid and Magil had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs, or paid to them once and for all.
Ha! You're dreaming you think a bat. Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten moggies is gonna stop us, Lynx.
Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin.
I'm grinning right now.
Sure is Australian.
She's very Australian, yes. She is extremely Australian.
I'm so happy when they give me, like, cues in the dialogue of when to start dropping consonants.
Meanwhile, I was panting heavily, and it felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Whew. Taking a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. The scars to talk about later, maybe. Nothing that had stopped me carrying on. Oh, do you want to be Magil? Give us a shout of the hedgehog.
Are you hurt?
Magil looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever.
No worries, Mick. He'll be alright. He may be a winging
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. Be a winging sook. It'll take more a few scratches to kill this one.
It was nothing, if not sympathetic. But she was right. This is no time to be bemoaning my lot. Hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed at my wound. A tincture soaked... Tincture? Never been sure how to pronounce this word. So cloth wrapped them with bandages and looked up at the other two. Ooh, we've got an option here. Gonna be a wimp, or are we gonna be cool?
Why would you wimp out?
Why would we stop playing the video game?
We're not going to continue playing this video game now. No, we're just getting started, I grinned back, putting a brave face on things.
That's what I like to hear.
It cheerily announced from close quarters. Then her eyes turned cold. The cool glow of the moon in the night sky.
It's gonna be a long night.
Yeah. I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes.
Alright, let's get this show back on the road.
Turned away and marched off deeper into the trees without looking behind to see me and Magil were following her. Magil, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it so nothing much had happened at all. I jumped back up to my feet to chase after them, in for even more trouble than I bargained for if I got separated from them.
By the way, I have Bluey up on the other monitor, so my Australian accent should improve as the show goes on.
Why? Okay, sure, alright, okay. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds. Hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure, just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who owned the territory of Regiura, was also Kid's mortal enemy. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel locked away in its most closely guarded vault, Frozen Flame.
Neat.
Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery, said to be imbued with an uncanny energy, possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it. Not a one of them had come close to succeeding.
Probably because they didn't understand the roulette boss fight to get it.
Yeah. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. Now it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death, led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, a hunger for vengeance that drove her onward, a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. Pressed on through the tree-filled darkness, the shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion.
I liked that noise in the background, like.
Yeah, I like it too. Here you go.
Finally! Say your prayers, Lynx, cause we're coming for you.
We overgrowth through the shadows of the trees, made our way around the manor walls in search of an entry.
Dracula lives here.
Yeah, this is extremely a Dracula castle.
There's like 5-6 Draculas in here, maybe.
Yeah. I love that you're just like staying in character now. You're just gonna be Australian for the rest of the night, huh?
I'm absolutely kid-pilled.
On your toes. Dracula lives here.
I'm Strayamaxing.
Awesome! Eventually we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There's no sign of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor is stillness. Oh,
This will lead us straight into the West Wing. Just as well. We don't have any business in the rest of the manor tonight.
said Majo, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night.
Alright then, what are we waiting for?
That kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace.
Stop!
Majo hissed sharply.
Oh, get fucked, mate.
Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault and the frozen flame within it. We focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is a secondary concern. Agreed?
Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant,
Yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. God, she's so incredibly Australian.
she really is.
But if we run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drungel's block off, and neither you nor anybody else is gonna stop me.
Oh,
I assume she's talking about the stingray.
I'm really upset that Discord
Come
ate your
on.
laugh.
Aw, is that what happened?
I assume. I'm sure Gloop would be so excited.
Oh, no, I
laugh
tried to
like
push
that.
I pushed a laugh. I'm gonna see if there's a way that I can turn down the Is there a way to turn it down, or can I just like?
I have like tried turning the noise cancellation off, and it still noise cancels me.
Oh
Yeah, it sucks.
well. Oh well, c'est la vie.
I guess Kid was gonna get her way whether we liked it or not.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at the settings just to see if I could.
Oh, we're-
Let's
That's
go,
okay.
boys. Nice young.
He cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced towards Magil and nodded in silence. Followed Kid's lead, and soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. Darkness swallowed us whole.
Game over.
Well,
Killed by darkness.
You should have casted magic missile first.
That's true. Corridors stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. The left or right, everybody? How do I feel about these directions?
Is either of these a corridor of time?
I mean, it's the Chrono series, so like probably all of them.
do we want to? All right. You have.
Oh, okay, awesome, yeah. Let's do it. Oh, the pole is behind us. I forgot to think about that. Well, it's fine.
Whatever. They know.
I'll just be Kid doing a fourth wall break like this is Dora the Explorer. Out there, you think we should go left or right? Say left or right. I thought that answer too.
Oh, we got a fucking tie. People are manufacturing a tie again as they always do. Okay, right is pulling ahead, it looks like.
Come on, then you can do it.
Who are you talking to?
Magil is not aware of the audience, but Kid is.
I'm talking to these ugly blokes right here. Oh, I mean, I'm lovely. I'm just having a bit of fun.
Okay, we got somebody is hammering on right.
Okay.
So looks like we're desired to go right.
We go right down the wrong corridor. Just kidding.
Pressed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted snake-like this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent. It felt strangely like we were being watched. As if countless eyes were staring from the shadows, something skipped ahead, continued creeping cautiously down the corridors. It moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey. The shadows Magil followed, gliding swiftly and steadily like a sinister breeze, passed on into the embrace of the Weaver of Fate.
Sinister bees.
It stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling.
The audio adds so much.
It's really good, right?
Yeah, for some reason it sounded like a truck downshifting on the highway, but I'm feeling the emotion here.
Magil and I were right behind her, and immediately realized that something was very wrong. We could hear a faint whispering. A spell were being cast.
Not that I know what that sounds like, because I didn't learn any damn magic.
The faint light was emanating from a monster sitting crouched in the flagstones ahead.
Flagstones gummies.
Some kind of fucked up SMT demon with the shit! A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon! I pulled out my knife and readied myself to confront it. Let's just fucking go for it. I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. It tore through the creature's paper-thin skin. It's only a flesh wound.
Oh, you thing's laughing at us.
It was, too, chuckling maniacally in a way that made me deeply uneasy. I raised my knife again, prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demons, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. Then, just like that, it had muttered a few words, melted into the shadows. Seconds before it had towered over us. Now not a trace of it remained. I think this is Kid. Yeah, you want to read this one, Luke?
Oh, you said this was Kit, so.
I think. Oh.
What's that all about?
Oh,
Oh no, it's Surge.
Oh.
Well, whatever.
oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, sometimes these
fine.
weren't clear until.
Yeah.
All about. Just disappear mid-fight.
I said someplace to be. It gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me. I peered uneasily, the darkness into which the vile creature had disappeared.
I'm uneased and staring uneasily.
It didn't print it on you.
Taking
It's
a
your
few
son
knots,
now.
but it was alright. God. Scraper 2 wouldn't stop me.
Maybe you're such a drungle after all. Just to show you, any old weirdo can make something of themselves, they put their mind to it.
Wow, so inspirational, kid. Its eyes glinted with mischief.
Swing.
Short way along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace, found an ancient door, again on our right.
Great art.
Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life.
Get quiet. I don't reckon anybody's in there.
Let's open the door then. Go! It stilled her breath and reached for the handle. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly.
I was a bit quick then. This room's supposed to be place a dump.
It poked her head in through the door, taking to see if there was anyone inside, and was disappointed by what she found. It was large, littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. It looked like it had been there rusting for a very long time.
Quarter headquarters.
Yeah, true. The end of the room grew completely dark. Impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls and floor looked like. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Oh,
Leave
Magil.
that alone.
I looked over toward Magil, a kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed.
You don't need that old bludgeon. It'll only get in the way. And as much of an antique as it is, it won't fetch much on the market in that condition.
Are you an antiquan then? You smart shopper, know your swords? Reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who'll just love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk.
Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. She put it back down gently. Then we heard a voice from the shadows. Kit, do you want to do NPCs because Magil doesn't talk that often?
Yeah, what should this voice be? Who is this?
I don't
Goofy?
remember. I think this is an old woman. I might be wrong, though.
And what exactly are you doing here? I just about jumped out of my skin.
Who's that?
Kid and Magil
No, I
turned
like
to
it.
face the voice, ready for a fight. Yes, it is an old woman.
Ah.
A wizened crone emerged from the shadows. She was hunched over and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance that she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient.
I'm infested with the bat.
Just some doddery old hag. What do you think you're doing sneaking up on us like that?
Its shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body.
You nearly scared Magil half to death.
Magil, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare.
What an impish little thing you are. Here to visit an old friend, perhaps? Not in the dead of night, I suspect.
Crone narrowed her eyes.
Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx.
How did she? My heart jumped. Seemed to know exactly who we were. We're in trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? Had to give up in the treasure and run for our lives. What were we going to do? Ooh, this is an interesting choice. What do you two think?
Okay,
Tell her
this
she's
is a
right, play dumb, or
This is
pretend we
a
don't do
classic hag. This
Yeah.
this is a classic hag. She knows what's up, but also she is secure enough to tell us that she knows what's up. So
it? True. Do you think tell her she's right?
I think
that's my gut, but
Okay.
I'm also the hag. So
Yeah, let's go for it. Think this is Kid?
So what if we are?
Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone.
What's it? Yeah, this is definitely kid.
Yeah.
What's it to you for to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy? You gonna do something about it?
Oh, you never change, do you?
Crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking.
Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit.
You what?
Kid looked at the crone, completely confused. It's no less mystified.
The heck are you on about? That might have been yours, sorry.
I think that's you.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
beautiful music.
it must have been. Oh, is this the?
No,
is
this
the
is the
hat?
crone. This is you.
Okay. Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. She couldn't have been that much older than 10, now that I think of it.
Shocked, my gaze turned to Kid.
Wow, she really was a kid.
She was! A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes. Glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room suddenly dropped below freezing. Chuckle the crone continued the story, ending not to have noticed the change in mood.
She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who loved her like her own daughter. But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact that she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the hero would have been certainly had been executed. The way the people of the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of a tale could be true. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time,
True.
and sometimes, against all the odds, fate really can't and be foiled, and the clockwork of history sent into disarray.
That's really fascinating.
Interesting thing to say in a Chrono Series game.
No. The ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or who fail to choose to give up as a result.
Crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. His anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression.
If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you'll have to let go of a treasure of value you own, kid. For as long as you cling on to it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to rest all those years ago.
Who are you?
Me? Why, I'm just an old bag, like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. Oh, but before I go...
The crone turned to face me.
You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds.
While the attention suddenly turned towards me, I panicked a little. Yeah. Alright, please do. Crone muttered a few words as her bony fingers drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with its strange warmth.
My God, light! That's no ordinary spell.
It was impressed. I felt my wounds healing. Nostalgic melody soothed my heart. Before I realized that the crone was gone,
Lady, oh.
Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. None to be seen. Calls went unanswered.
Bloody hell was that?
Kid looked like she'd just woken up on looked like she'd just woken up on the floor of the Laughing Pig after a few too many.
What does she mean by me having to let go of a treasure?
Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on.
Agile brought us back down to Earth, motionless as always. Almost seemed as if he thought nothing had happened at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
He'd walk quickly to the door, keen to move on.
Hold it, you.
Oh,
Huh? Oh, that's Kid. What?
Yeah, it's Kid, I think.
Oh, did
sorry.
you?
Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow.
You stingy little bugger, Serge. Why don't you tell her to share some of that healing meds with the rest of us?
Classic Kid. Okay, we are going to continue right, to just continue down the original rightward passage we were going through. Kid stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling. Angela and I were right behind her and immediately realized that something was very wrong. Her faint whispering as if a spell were being cast. It's another battle, okay? It's this demon guy again. So when we get into battles, kind of the same thing happens. No matter what, it always has like the same little intro. Begin to beat a tactical retreat. Kid, however, took steps towards the demon.
I can deal with this pipsqueak on my own.
He yelled. Then she let loose a roar and leapt in close.
Yeah, a scythe doesn't up in your face, can ya?
Demon struggled to move its scythe far back enough to swing it. Also, hi Simar, thanks for the lurk. Just as she darted in to strike the killing blow with her knife, the creature's tail whipped toward her from behind, wrapped around her left ankle, seizing in a vise-like grip. Before she could so much as yell, she was dangling upside down in the air. Kid! But I couldn't get to her. The demon held me at bay with its scythe. Happened to hang around helplessly, Kid swung herself like a pendulum and started slashing furiously at the demon's wings.
Sorry, Burbage.
It's okay!
You like that, you rat bag?
The demon's tail convulsed in response to the pain, allowing Kid to break free and drop gracefully to the ground. Within seconds of her escape, it launched an assault with its tongue instead. Ew!
Ah!
The slick appendage gave off a gruesome glint as it darted out and wrapped around her neck. A slick appendage is maybe the most fucked up way I've ever seen a tongue described.
Oh, gross!
She cried before gasping and hacking loudly. And as it choked her, she gamely continued to try and insult it. And then it turned to me and hurled another powerful curse. I heard rustling and scratching sounds further down the corridor. Something was racing toward me. The stench of vermin hit me like a wall. The stampede of black rats, brown rats, mice, hamsters, guinea pigs, even squirrels. Yeah? What the a plague of rodents? I stopped dead, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A swarm of creatures stopped and stared at me for a moment with their beady black eyes. Then they bared their yellow teeth and fell upon me, nibbling away at my boots with a cacophonous chittering. Ah, stop! I desperately shook my feet to try and keep them away, then to scurry up my legs and all over my body. This is such a fucked up fuck! This fight is so weird!
This is such a good demon.
A squirrel stopped on my shoulder and proceeded to pull out my hair and stuff it into its cheeks. Ow, that hurts! The rats and mice were gnawing at my clothes. Meanwhile, the hamsters sat at my feet, stuffing the scraps of clothes that fell to the ground in their mouths. The
Nice little
gnawing
guys.
continued. It wouldn't be long before they started chewing on me. I started grabbing them and trying to throw them clear one by one, but I just couldn't keep up. Damn it, leave me alone! Just then I was distracted from my own troubles by a rasping whisper.
Yeah. Breathe!
It was struggling weakly as the demon's tongue tightened around her throat. I'd forget about the rodents and help her. I staggered toward her, mice, rats, and squirrels dangling off of me. My knife held high, I leapt toward the demon, severing its tongue and freeing Kid. It stared at me wide-eyed with disbelief as it died, choking on the bloody remains of its tongue. The rodents disappeared. My tattered clothes and gnawed-on boots returned to normal as if nothing had happened. I pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the saliva from Kid's neck. Hey, you missed it before, but you're seeing it now. She shook with horror and disgust.
I can still feel it.
Aside from the potential for the odd nightmare in the future, it seemed like Kid had escaped pretty much unscathed as well.
You guys had that.
Yeah, Nigel didn't
I had
do
unwavering
shit.
confidence.
We were getting attacked by rodents and tongues, and Nigel was just like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, what the hell, dude?
I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me. Yep.
Maybe I was just a drungo after all. Just goes to show, any old weirdo can make something of themselves. They put their mind to it.
Guys, gonna do mischief.
Okay, so
So
some bits get recycled, yeah.
Yeah, that bit at the end always comes up, and it's basically, it tells you, one, how much health you have, and two, kind of hints at, like, how much Kid likes you. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. Wowie, a much
Ooh,
fancier
boy.
door. A little further on stood a stairway leading upward.
Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. If there ain't some kind of treasure behind it, me name ain't Kid. That's the smell of cold hard cash, alright.
She muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. Go on inside.
What am I stupid? Of course it's bloody locked.
It had tried the door handle a few times before giving it a grumpy kick.
The door's got a magic barrier on it. A bloody barrier. It's got a barrier of its own to boot. Take more than me putting the boot in to get through all that.
Let's
See.
see.
Go ahead.
Oh, no.
I have no idea who this is. It's probably
I have-
Nigel.
I see. Unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside.
Before we know who's speaking, we should just make up like a fourth party member that's as goofy as possible. And then
a
only
fourth party
Chief.
member that has like a silly music. I see. Unless you find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Aaron.
Zeptron. Exactly. Exactly. They just kind of collapse once we have an identity assigned.
Yeah.
Reckon I can handle a key hunt, especially if it's that idiot Lynx who's hidden it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. Just you watch.
There's a little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. Let's continue on.
Let's go up the stairs.
Yeah, the stairs. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. Kid in the lead, headed upwards. Like the
Boy.
pre-rendered stair animation going up. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. Watch our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age. I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onward and upward. Awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but though we were marching to the gallows. We arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in silence. All was deathly silent. Still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Very wrong here, I muttered without thinking.
I hear cursed whispers from beyond the door.
Danger all
True.
Magil added, doing nothing to lift the mood.
Well, grow up, will ya?
Kid shot back at us derisively. She was already examining the door.
Well, it ain't locked, and don't hear anyone inside.
Let's go on in. Why not? Wait. Oh.
You hit the wrong button.
Oh,
You hit
did
the
I?
wrong button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay, that's on me.
Dang. I suggest we check this room another time.
Magil didn't seem keen on going in.
Oh, you want to turn back? Fine, have it your way.
It shrugged grumpily. Strange. I usually care for other people's suggestions when she put her mind to something. Some unconscious part of her could sense something terrible on the other side of the door. Not dwelling on it any further, we went back down the stairs to the floor below. Then we went back up the stairs because I pressed the wrong button. With Kid in the lead, we headed
Okay.
downstairs. Wait. Let's, turn back.
Okay, good. There we go.
Yeah. Old sturdy looking door. Good that it makes it shorter. Yeah, we go inside. All right, here goes.
Here goes.
Kid tried the handle. Door opened with a slow, heavy swing. Lay beyond.
A birthday party
Oh, if only.
with no
Small,
cake.
cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. Completely deserted. There were no windows.
Well, what's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps.
Still standing on the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback.
Huh?
I think it might be.
Who says?
There might be something
Is it
in here.
search?
Let's take a closer look.
You're right, Gregory. Closer look at a bloody empty room. Might as well, I guess. We did climb all them stairs.
Stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath. Scanned the room. Noticed something on the floor. Flagstones were covered with dozens of narrow scratches. Places were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away. Malice, sadness beyond imagining. Something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Magil was inspecting some brownish markings like more of the same stains.
Someone's carved. What? Oh?
Wait, no, I think this is Kid.
Oh, that's Kid. That's Kid. I missed the
They-
apostrophes.
I mean, I understand writing in this manner, and I understand that it's like,
Yeah. It's not
like,
always
it's
obvious.
wonderful to read, but like, it's rough for a screenplay approach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic.
It had gone over to take a look.
Yeah, Glorbo, the fourth radical dreamer, exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
Somebody pick this.
I think this might be Surge. It
Okay.
seems.
Yeah, that's true. There's not
seems
any particular.
It seems inquisitive and yeah.
pretty old. Hard to read too. Run away. Let's see. Cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Acacian signet in this room. The Acacian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. Jumped to our feet with a start. From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floor began to tremble.
What the hell's going on?
Kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what's happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer. Up there!
Up there. Oh. Oh.
That animation's cool.
Oh, we died.
Then we died.
We walked right into a bloody trap.
Kid bit her lip.
We gotta do something fast. We don't have time to sit and think about this.
Let's burst the door down.
Ah!
Kid sprang at the door like an arrow, slamming into its shoulder first. It was far too heavy, and her light frame bounced right off of it.
Damn it!
Agile raced towards the door like the wind, smashing into it with ferocious force. It made a creaking sound and shook from the impact, but stood firm. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. Ugh! The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, as did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. To make matters worse, now countless blades were popping in and out.
Scourge, Mad-Eye, it's gonna take the three of us.
Timing our blows, we all charged the door at once. Once, twice, a third time! And then the door was open. We were collapsed in a heap in the corridor outside. Ugh! Behind us, we heard the sound of the bladed ceiling grinding on the stone floor of the tower room. Alex scraping noise it made was awful. We could only look on in silent horror, the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. Machinery continued for a short while before slowly coming to a stop. The ceiling trap had finally finished its grisly work.
Look at me! Talk about a nasty surprise.
Is it some sort of execution chamber? Agile continued, seeming to be deep in thought.
In any case, that writing mentioned Acacia.
Yeah, what was all that about, I asked.
The Acacia Dragoons, the elite knightly order serving General Viper. once governed the territory of Galesburg to the west. Former knightly order, I should say. They were wiped out more than a decade ago by the lord of this very manor, no less.
Oh, huh. Well, thanks for the history lesson, Mag.
It rose to her feet, patting off the dust.
Too bad we're not here for Fairytale Nights. Come on, we got a lot more exploring left to do.
Agile shrugged silently, headed back down the stairs. In the lead, we headed downstairs. Surge's design is really funny, because you can see he's wearing like a silly little hood that makes him look like a Mobius character. Good. It's very different from how he looks in Chrono Cross. Yeah, he's a gnome. Going back to the... Oh no. Leaving the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped.
What's that?
Jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. Straining my eyes, I could see a pale white bundle of something shaking in the shadows. Oh, that's strange. Moved in front of Kid to try to get a better look. Suddenly, a strange presence started crawling across the floor toward us at an unbelievable speed. I didn't have time to brace myself. The white figure reached my foot and then reared up to its full height. It was a skeleton!
Oh,
The skeleton and I stood face to face, its empty eye socket staring straight at me, or seeming to at least.
no,
What was I going to do?
Scary.
It's time to tackle the skeleton. I charged in to tackle the skeleton. Yarg! It's a crunching sound and clattering of bones as the skeleton was knocked back by the blow. Its body split clean in two at the waist,
Look, next time.
muttered Kid dryly. As if in response, the skeleton's upper body picked itself up from the ground, turning its skull toward me. Balancing its body with its left hand, it then pulled the skull from its head with its right hand. What's it doing now? Before I could get the words out, it had heaved its skull at me. What was I gonna do? Gotta catch it. I caught it in both hands
Oh, yeah.
and slammed it into the floor. Ka-dunk! I slammed
This
the
game
skull into the
rules.
ground.
This game is so good.
It smashed to pieces with a satisfying crunch. And as soon as it had, the skeleton's torso collapsed into a lifeless heap.
Meh.
Won't be troubling us anymore. Time to move on. I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me.
Maybe you ain't such a drongo after all. It goes to show any old weirdo can make something of himself. They put their
I
mind to
love
it.
that she's constantly calling us any old weirdo. All right, we're back at the terrace. Let's. I think we want to follow the corridor from here to go left. Yeah, okay, we're going left now. Took the corridor leading from the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage. The main corridor continued straight onward. Go downstairs, we can continue onward, or we can go left. Anything sound good to you? I feel like downstairs is good right now. Let's go downstairs.
Yeah, let's see what's downstairs.
Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split. Way to the left continued to an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza. The path to the right was a winding passageway that trailed off into darkness. Let's see the atrium
Yeah.
first.
I was about to say,
It poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around.
oh, it's big in here. Must be some kind of hall.
Cautious
Hey!
look around, then entered
Hey,
one after
look!
another. What?
Kids in the hall! You get it? You get it?
Oh, it's
Get it?
it's everybody's favorite Canadian sketch comedy show.
Aw, it's... Love it when you get me jokes. Oh, fuck,
This
alright, little
fucking
beastie.
pre-render is nuts. This is such a mid-90s gothic pre-render. The fucking checkerboard for and the weird baby and shit. This goes hard.
Alexa, download 9 terabytes of Trapper Keeper wallpaper, Halloween edition.
The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clear water, above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arch entrance, like the one we'd come through. This is like goth vaporwave right here.
Oh, that's cold.
It was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her and, resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin, peered into the pool beneath. Shadows flickered under the water's surface.
You reckon those fish are rare, as in valuable? I love how the tiles cut off and drop down in this rendering, too. Like, that is so, yeah.
It does not look like there should be able to be fish in there, but, whatever, it's fine. It leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. Wondered how deep it was. Really? It looks like we can see the bottom.
I can see the bottom.
Render.
Let's say it looks like 2 feet deep.
Yeah. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa! Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Whack! A fish leaped out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut in the air where she'd only just been moments before. Splash, the fish darted back under the water. Piranodons! Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp feet. Powerful jaws that could snap a monster's horn in half.
Carnivore fish.
Exactly. Staring in horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The piranodons must have detected prey. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping. Fish teemed at the water's surface.
Hell.
And Kid was uneasy. Another step back. How many piranodons were in the pool?
Answer now.
Yeah, everybody in chat, tell us how many piranodons you think are in this pool.
This is such a good format for doing a show. I'm having so much fun.
The thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. Cold sweat rolled down my forehead. We got a 10, we got 3, exactly 37.8. What is the 0.8 piranodon? Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson, shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling.
The point got hungry.
The 0.8 is Right Fin Jeffrey. They call him Right Fin Jeffrey because a fin's missing.
Oh, okay, I see. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. Scarlet waters continued to gush out from the fountain. It grew redder and redder. It started to overflow. Gone in trance. The spell was soon broken and realized the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin.
Uh-oh.
The piranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with bloodthirsty glee. Brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of piranodons hitting the floor. I'm going to brush back the way we came. Kid, let's get out of here! In a panic, we splashed through the water back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of the piranodon snapped at my legs, and I felt a searing pain. I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Moving heavily, I finally found myself back in the corridor outside. Whew, that was a close call, says Grombo, the fourth radical dreamer.
So the whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. I think it's even more of a sick bastard than I thought. Good thing we're safe in the Windows 95 maze screensaver.
Exactly. I was about to say he wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people who are breaking into his home. But I thought better of it. Hey, Serge.
Hey.
We're on Kid's side here. Come on, dude.
You're here too.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, I think we consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, left the atrium. Grow up, Serge.
I wonder if we missed something by not trying to go through the door ahead.
No, I think, if I remember right, trying to go through the door ahead, you're basically stopped by all the fish.
Oh.
Yeah. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks.
Hello. We have here.
Pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. Found myself face to face with the sculpture of an old man's face, the truly phenomenal beard.
Why, Socrates! The one who said to be and not to be.
The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, almost seemed too realistic.
Too kissable.
It's the mouth of truth.
Announced Magil.
That was my nickname.
An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you out, It'll bite your hand off.
Magil kept his explanation simple so that Kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important part.
Oh, you gave me the right character.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
So what's it doing down here then?
I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism.
Oh, aren't we all though? Stick your hand in its gob, do ya? Right, let's see what happens, shall we?
With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand in his mouth without a moment's hesitation. Stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored.
Nothing.
Suddenly I had an idea. Hey kid, who's the greatest thief who ever lived?
Me, of course, you drop!
Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and suddenly her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture had clammed down on her hand.
What the hell?
It bit me!
She cried.
Sergio, fuck off! Everyone knows it's a ow!
The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke.
Oh, you little...
A cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. This is Magil.
Oh, it won't let you go unless you say something true.
Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Magil was as matter-of-fact as ever. You are... Automat is blocking the words bite her again.
That's
Great.
the second time we've had to unblock bite her.
Awesome. Just say anything, Kid. Anything. As long as it's the truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue.
Sorry, I lost my view there because of, I was messing with Automon. Oi,
okay.
Beardy! You blow your hand!
She planted her feet on either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked and stamped, grunted and strained. And then finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I just witnessed and couldn't say a word.
See? Told you it was the truth.
It raised her hand in the air triumphantly as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. His attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. Angela pointed silently at part of it.
You fucked up.
I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-colored tongue.
Ew!
What's up with this game in tongues?
Jesus. I expect we're supposed to put something in there.
Commented Macho. Something? What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought. Then, she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying.
I got a bunch of extras from Willy Wonka's house, I do.
Yeah? It was a strange collection of odds and ends, pulled out from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid.
Oh, I gotta start doing that. That's genius.
Huh?
There you go.
Oh, I guess this is me.
That's you.
Alright, Sid. Now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue.
He grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out in the palms of both hands.
So, Eve, I think what she did, I think she just overcame it by pure strength.
Yeah, I think she just forced herself out.
Yeah, I think she didn't want to back down from her claim of being the greatest thief so badly she was willing to injure her hand over it.
Yeah. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice kid. Real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item. Chose. We have a lot of items here, everybody. Let's go through them all. I took the small silver mirror.
What? Why does she have a centipede?
Because fucking hot girl shit? What do you mean? The sculpture stared impassively, its marble beard still commanding my attention. I stuffed the mirror into its mouth. Didn't seem to be the right item for the job. See any cavities?
Yeah, very funny. Give me my favorite mirror back for that little thing chomps it to pieces.
Hey Vector, #girl. You lost your patience and snatched it off me. It was a rather nice mirror. I pictured her gazing into it as she braided her hair.
I'll try some. Sorry, this is.
You want to try something else?
Asked Magil dryly. I chose. Well, since everybody's curious about the centipede, let's go for the centipede. Oh, that is just... What are you doing walking around with a centipede in your pockets? I reeled back in disgust. This is your pet or something, is it?
You be nice to Gertrude. It'll be fixed, sir. Just a toy, not a pet.
Boy, you could have picked something nicer.
It is nice for giving people nasty surprises.
I seem to think that this was an entirely reasonable attitude. Entirely reasonable to her, maybe. What's she doing with all this stuff? I reached for the rubber centipede. Trying not to think too hard about what it was doing, I stuck it into the mouth of truth, waiting for it to fall down the back of its throat.
Serge, you'll pay for this.
You'll pay $2.99 for a new toy centipede!
You're
Proud
gonna
kid staring daggers at me.
You're gonna stand in front of the gumball machine and get every single little capsule out of there.
Yeah. Yikes, I'll get it back, I promise! Stealing my nerve, I reached into the mouth of truth. Suddenly, my hair stood on end. It's licking my hand!
What's wrong with this game?
The giant, uncanny tongue slopped back and forth across my fingers like I was a lollipop!
Boy, this is...
I'm gonna puke!
Keep it together, Serge. Do it for centipede.
Its support didn't do much to help me, but I somehow managed to pinch the centipede with the tips of my fingers and pull it out. I just really love this thing.
Oh, not really. I say see stuff go to waste.
Sorry, what? I ain't even bothered.
Well, no, look,
Nope.
neither.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Sorry.
okay.
Well, I'll try something else.
Ass kid, almost like this is a game. I just wanted this to be over with. Except for the next item and chose...
I expected it to repeat the text again after a failed attempt.
Yeah, it's different sometimes. Let's go with the file. I took the file and placed it inside the mouth of the marble sculpture. Didn't seem to be the right item for the job. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I was stunned. Mouth of Truth had started chewing on the file. It was eating it. Kid screamed with rage.
Me file, we lovely scratchy, scrapey file. I can't believe you just let that happen.
Crunch!
You're in big trouble now, mate.
Clenching her fists and trembling with fury. Sorry, I'll get you another one, I promise! I also wanted to add, just don't hit me, but thought better of it.
I'll hold you to that, and you're gonna get a second one for Gertrude, the centipede.
Uttered Kid in a threatening grumble.
I'm just gonna feed the statue all me stuff. We're done here.
Promise, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Better bloody not be, mate.
Once again, she showed me her collection. Toes.
Give it the grapes. Give it the grapes.
Yeah,
give it the grapes.
okay.
Grapes.
Time to continue feeding stuff to the statue. I took a small bag of dried grapes. One by
I
one.
wonder if those have a name.
No. They're just dried grapes, right? I don't think
Okay.
they're called anything else. One by one, I fed them into the sculpture's marble maw. Munch, munch. It actually ate them.
That's enough, sir. It's just emergency rations you're wasting.
It snatched the bag from my hands. I still had the last grape, though, so I popped it into my mouth. It was absolutely delicious.
You recovered HP.
Hey.
They're not for you either, sunshine.
Proud Kid glaring at me.
Oh, I take this seriously, Serge. I'll sure leave you alone with Beardy here.
Clearly annoyed. I hadn't worn her patience completely thin just yet. I decided to try something else. I chose... we still got quite a bit here. How about the lipstick? I picked up the small lacquered of lipstick. Not knowing quite why, I smeared it all over the statue's mouth.
Hey! I refuse to believe Australian people call it lippy.
Oh,
Don't
they
you
call
fuck-
it lippy. It exploded with fury at the sight of the mouth of Truth's bright red lips. He getting so mad about you, don't even wear makeup.
But mark it on path so we don't get lost.
Ah! Realize that would explain why you always brought it with you.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean? What's so funny about me having lipstick, anyhow? Ugh.
Gulp! Nothing at all! Take much to tell, this is the calm before the storm.
You better buy me some when we're done here.
Yep, she was mad, alright. Hey, okay, I'm sorry. Let's just try something else. It gave me a doubting glare in response to my apology.
Take this seriously. I'm through with you.
Gulped and nodded in a panic and then reached out for the next item. How about the thread?
I really
of
wish
thread.
it changed the background. to
Yeah.
have-
Yes. Oh
I
my
wish
god,
there
that
was
would be
more of,
great.
like, an outline or something around the text.
Mm.
A length of very finely spun silk. Like a good idea to just shove it in, so I tried dangling it into the statue's mouth.
Watch yourself. That stuff ain't cheap. It's made by royal silkworms, to have you know.
It watched me critically. Thread slipped deeper and deeper into the mouth of truth. I felt a slight tug, winding it carefully back around my finger. The end of it was a piece of paper.
Nice one, sir. It's got me a clue.
Its eyes lit up with delight.
Let's draw on it with me lipstick.
The note says try again. He stood in stunned silence.
Ya licky, tricky piece of... Ugh.
It ripped up the paper in a rage and threw it away, then started kicking the mouth of truth. Magda was leaning against the wall, watching the spectacle in silence. I think this is him.
I'm guessing that wasn't the one then. What's next?
Pose. Yeah, the mouth is really good. This whole scenario with the mouth is like awesome, I think. Sizable petard.
What is the size? What is a petard?
Anxiously, I shoved it inside the mouth of truth. Nothing happened. Kid?
Let the professional handle this, Serge.
Kid shoved me aside. He's holding a match. Wait a second, you can't be serious! All the blood drained from my face.
Deadly serious, mate.
Oh, it's a bomb.
Yeah. Before I could say another word, Kid lit the fuse.
You've killed him.
An explosion followed, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. Smoke had cleared, the mouth of truth came into view once more, still intact, but now very badly cracked indeed.
Not quite enough oomph to knock his block off, eh? Should have brought a bigger one.
Kid stood there with her arms folded, calmly commenting on the mayhem she just caused. What do you think you're doing? I can't believe you just set that thing off like that! Kid shot me a look.
What do you mean? What else are you gonna do with a bomb?
The complete and utter liability.
Well, any more ideas, Serge?
Asked Kid breezily. I chose. Right, we're at our last option. Time for the scroll. I picked up the peculiar piece of parchment. Bracing myself, I shoved it into the mouth of truth.
Aha! Nice one, Mr. Master Thief. Think it's a magic scroll or something?
Kid doubled over with laughter.
Bah ha 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 ha.
Guess that didn't work. Sheepish chuckle, I pulled it out again. Oops! My hand slipped and the scroll unfurled. Filled with strange symbols. This look on my face, Magil spoke up.
It's a decoding chart used for the Imperial Guard's field reports.
Huh. Well, it's all gibberish to me.
Wouldn't be much of a code if it wasn't, would it?
It muttered witheringly. I was too embarrassed to reply. Once I'd clawed back some of my pride, I attempted recovery. Have to walk me through it sometime. Just pouted and looked away. Oh, can't read it either. Boy, can I pick my moments.
Fine. If you're not gonna take this seriously, we're leaving you behind.
Sometimes she could be cold as ice. Willing to sacrifice. I'd really done it now. She made it to leave, but I grabbed her gently by the shoulder. I'm not messing around. Sure, the next idea's gonna work.
I'll believe it when I bloody well see it.
It didn't seem convinced. Stakes were high. I looked again at her collection of knickknacks and chose to not waste my time on this. I
Whoops.
lingered for a moment, but pulled my hand away. Didn't seem like any of them was what we were looking for.
Grapes, more grapes.
More grapes.
Alright, let's just forget about it for now.
Muttered Kid, stowing all her valuables.
Sure, we'll find a use for this stuff. Whatever. Let's get moving then.
Peter, we left the atrium behind us.
More defeat.
More things we can't figure out yet. I continue ahead rather than toward, because I think towards the stairs is where like the blood fountain is. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right hand side. Hey, Karen, how you doing?
This is
Yeah,
new.
it's novel time.
Oh.
Something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Is it coming from inside? Found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room.
That's scarier, honestly.
The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. Stately desk and the cozy looking bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was a stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, how it still felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting.
Lynx's girls' room.
A half-written letter on the desk and a tea still warm suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem that anyone was here now. Decided to search the room. Charming flowers,
Oh
started
shit.
conted handkerchief, small bottle of perfume. Nothing that meant much to me, or anything that seemed particularly valuable.
Oh, that's our sprites, okay.
Yeah, I love being like everybody just kind of wandering around in the room in the mirror. It's cute. Kids seemed to have the same impression. Scanned the room, clearly not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box, which bore a crest resembling a viper. Decided where to look next. Oh, well, let's look at the box. They picked up the small wooden box on the bookshelf. They opened the lid by a soothing melody. Music box? Something about that song.
Oh, I know this tune.
Standing next to me, and I could see something had changed in her expression. Do, huh, kid?
Yeah, someone used to sing it to me. Long time ago.
Turned her gaze downward, and silent. Kid? Startled, she turned to me. Her eyelashes glistened, wet with dew. Walked to the door, not saying a word. Hey, kid, wait up! Left the room. She crying? It's kid crying? Maybe I was just seeing things. Passage outside the room continued to our left and right. Path to the right led deeper into the darkness of the... Let's go right.
Yeah, because...
Yeah, we can't figure out the fountain yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this just puts us back at the ladies' room again. Oh no, kid. Sorry.
Oh no, wait.
Yeah, this is different, yeah.
Oh, it is different. You're right.
Just as I thought, something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast lair, lads.
The darkness, kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. Go in. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. God, yeah, making something like this in Twine would be really cool, but, like, the amount of, like, visual and animation here would be a little hard, probably. But I feel like you could do it. Just, like, you would have to use, like, GIFs, right?
Yeah. GIFs or I think don't most browsers support like A-pings right now?
Yeah.
I was also, I mean, like, I feel like if you're going to make something of this, part of me is like, I would almost do it in, like, HTML or something, just...
Well, I mean,
but
that's
that might
what,
just
like,
be-
Twine essentially is, right?
Oh, I guess I've not used Twine too much.
Yeah. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. Lynx's room. Seemed to be round.
Bugger's gone and scamper because he heard I was coming.
Something deeply unpleasant about the room. Not anything unusual about the furniture and fittings. Not how they looked or how they were made, but taken as a whole, it all felt discordant. It's a reflection of Lynx. A seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth the sun could see.
Hmm?
I think this is Kid.
Oh.
It's right. It's like a very...
Right. I bet we'll find the key to the vault in here. A clue about where to find it.
Started searching through the room. The desk drawers, the paintings on the wall, the vase on top of the side table, left no stone unturned. Seemed to be anything suspicious. Scanned the rooms. A visual caught my eye. The pedestal in one corner with a significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. slowly raised my hand toward it. Carefully pulled the cloth away, revealing a mirror.
Ooh, fancy.
It's old-fashioned, of an elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. In it was reflected a statue of Venus. The eyes of the statue shone with light. Whoa!
Whoa!
Popo.
Kit, you do this.
What is your desire? I guess.
The mirror! It's speaking! Hidden Magil ran to my side.
There's no need for panic. The whispering mirror, nothing more.
Said Magil flatly.
What's
What?
one of those?
A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can move freely between its own and the other. Let me start that again. The spirit can
okay.
move freely between its own and other mirrors. It will share its wisdom with those who ask.
That's ridiculous, Magil. There's no such thing as a world inside the mirrors.
Yeah.
Interesting. Did I ask it?
Oh, boo! Hiss.
Boo hiss,
Anime
we're not gonna do
bullshit.
that. But obviously, let's ask about the key. Know where the key to the vault is? Mirror's reflection rippled, and to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke.
You will find the key in the place I have revealed. The study.
Cool.
Cool. There's another
Oh,
paragraph.
there's more words. Oh, sorry. It is inside a book with the purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. Sorry. My brain stroked off.
It's okay.
Of
The
my
im-
neck? Ha ha ha! We joke around here.
The image of the study vanished from the air. The voice went silent.
It appears the spirit has left for another mirror.
Comment
To the
Magil.
study then.
I made to leave the room. A low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks.
Beware. No.
To the mirror again? Did it mean?
Hurry up, or we're leaving you behind, Sidge.
Old kid from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. Okay, gotta find the study. Corridor stretched out beyond the door. Probably
Okay.
head back to stairs now.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump up for just one teeny weeny moment.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Oh.
Kid stopped in her tracks, signaling to us with a hand behind her back. Knife and stared into the darkness. Heard the clinking of metal from just up ahead. Goblin guards. Wasn't likely there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll around the manor wearing armor. Let's do a fight with the goblin guards.
It's simply a goblin guard.
It's just a goblin's guard, yeah. I picked up on the situation pretty quickly and drew my knife, preparing for a fight. Kid gave me a sideways glance. Nice something, you're starting to look like a real thief. I just need to walk the walk, she grinned. Alright, Sarge, Magil, let's get him. Kid leapt forward, confident as ever, like she thought nothing could go wrong. Great goblin emote.
Cool
Check out this
goblin.
Wow,
goblin,
look at
though.
this
Look at this guy. There were 5 of them in total. They weren't any ordinary goblins, though. Having been well looked after in this palatial manor, they'd grown to be even bigger than Magil. Each of them is carrying the manor goblin's trademark, a morning star consisting of a rod and a heavy spiked iron ball on a chain.
Oh, fuck off.
Wait, there is a flail. I can never remember. I didn't have time to think much more about it. I think they're the same thing. Goblin came rushing at me. I met the charges in my knife. Held up my knife in front of me in an attempt to parry the attack. Somehow, the goblin disappeared. Inside, to see it buried in the wall, arms and legs akimbo.
Wild coyote-ass death.
Did you really expect to stop a morning star with only a knife? Your stupidity will get you killed!
Shouted Magil, turning to face down 2 more of the goblins. I'm gonna grab the weapon and finish it off. I grabbed the morning star with both hands and swung it down with all my might. Wham! There was a dull thud as the iron ball crashed into the goblin's helmet. Won't be getting up again anytime soon. Let's look over Kid. Kid was squaring off against two of the goblins. Their dull, lumbering attacks couldn't touch her as she deftly sidestepped each and every one, striking back nimbly with the knife she held in both hands. That was Kid's style. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Stings make for tough going against enemies that can really take a beating. Both goblins were covered in cuts. Their attacks were as powerful as ever. I rushed in to help Kid deal with one of them. The enemy hadn't noticed me yet. My time and chose my target. We're gonna use the Morning Star still. I gripped the Morning Star with both hands and swung it with all the strength I could summon. Wham! The dull thud as the spiked iron ball crashed into the goblin's helmet. It knocked the creature clean out, but it was still standing. The goblin turned around, its own Morning Star dangling from its hand.
A prompt appeared in my vision saying, "Your Morning Star is badly damaged."
Its eyes were twitching madly. I'm in for it now, I thought. But then its pupils rolled up into the back of its head and it crashed lifelessly to the floor. Breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
Things die brutally in this adventure.
You okay, Kid? Wiped the blood off her knife, not saying a word in response. Then sheathed it and stepped toward me. Terrifying look in her face. Her is about to get another earful. Cast a glance and hit the goblin on the floor. The iron ball was deeply embedded in its skull.
Blimey, that must have hit.
He muttered. Then she looked back at me.
Never used a Morning Star before, have you? Could have just as easily knocked your own bluff swinging all nilly-nilly like that. Be careful next time, alright?
I thought she was gonna yell at me like usual, but there was something almost nice about the way she was telling me off.
Thanks.
He said softly into my ear. Felt something warm and soft on my cheek. Wow. I was doing great! I feel great! I feel great! I feel bad! I feel great!
Maybe...
It's the same old thing. We don't need to
Maybe
add
you
anymore.
ain't such a drongo after all.
Eventually, we came across an ornate door the left-hand side. Oh, they're just telling us her name. Okay, it's Riddle's room, Lynx's daughter. Let's continue to the stairs to find the study.
Yeah, can we go back up the stairs?
Yeah.
Because the atrium we can't get past yet, right?
Yeah, we want to go towards the stairs. If leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. Top, we found another intersection. I believe we want to go to the large door? Oh, there's also a side passage. Well, let's check the large door first. Oh no! A
Holy
scream
Christ,
pierced the darkness,
fuck.
turning my blood to ice.
That's scary.
Yeah. I realized then that a pair of crazed, blood-red eyes was staring into the depths of my soul. It was a griffin! Very cool art for this guy. In a panic, I tried to slip the knife from my belt. Before I could draw my weapon, the griffin had spread its powerful wings and swooped toward me with an almighty screech. Knocked back and sent rolling across the ground, gasped with pain as the wind was knocked out of me.
Surge! You okay?
Every nerve in my body was screaming with pain. I held back the groans and staggered to my feet. I looked up to the massive griffin in front of me. Hellish red eyes stared down its beak. It's going to attack. What could I do? Let's move in close. Almost by reflex, I jumped in close to the griffin's body. The razor-sharp beast sliced the air over my head. I had just managed to avoid a lethal blow. As the beast's mad red eyes glared at me, I desperately tightened my grip on my knife. It's time to attack! I reversed my grip on my knife and plunged it into the griffin's neck with all my might. The griffin's body contorted with agony. Griffin mad with rage. Griffin shook its head this way and that.
Apparently my griffin snarl was too horrid for Discord to carry it, sorry.
Oh
no!
I'm sorry. I quickly pulled my knife out from its neck and rolled away to put some space between us. Yeah, it's all three of us. Hey, Dim.
Hey, Dim.
I quickly got back to my feet and readied myself to attack again. As the beast's mad red eyes glared at me, I desperately tightened my grip on my knife. Attack again? Oh no! It turned its head aside, knocking my hand back at the last moment. Arrgh! The impact sent me rolling to the floor. I tried desperately to keep a tight grip on my knife so I wouldn't lose it.
Don't move, Surge!
Yelled Kid from behind me. Suddenly, she landed on my shoulders, then leapt up into the air. She fucking piggybacked off us.
I was
Awesome.
about to say, is she gonna jump into Is somebody gonna jump into action here, because that went a very long time before somebody
True,
else responded
kid.
to
You're
anything.
not wrong. Her knee crashed into the side of the creature's skull, making a crunching sound I could feel in my bones. The griffin screeched in agony. Then it turned its mad, crazed eyes towards me, where I lay on the floor, having been used like a springboard like Kid. Just my luck. It's going to attack. What can I do? Moving close. Yeah, okay. Attack again. Yep. Burning with agony. Then it stiffened, suddenly becoming completely rigid. Good. Its eyes rolled into the back of its head, and it fell to the ground with an almighty crash. Done it! We'd actually defeated a griffin! Woo! Fell to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Glad it was all over. Agile's in the back, just like, yeah, you guys had that.
Yeah.
I feel great! I feel great! Oh, this is new!
Oh.
Not bad, Sid. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you.
Mischievous glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with rare words of praise. Continued onward, past where the stairs and the side passage of the corridor. Hey, Beans! What's up? How you doing?
Hello, how are you? Hello, hello. What the fudge?
We are playing Radical Dreamers tonight. This is the visual novel sequel to Chrono Trigger that was only briefly available on the Satellaview system in Japan. How
By
you doing,
brief,
Amy Adams?
like, hours.
Yeah,
Yes,
like literally
for-
hours.
For like, it was like literally only available between noon and 2 a.m. on February 3rd, 1996.
Just to be clear, you had to own a Super Nintendo,
Uh-huh.
own this special adapter to hook it up to the satellite
Uh-huh.
service,
Had to
pay
have
for
a
the satellite
subscription
service,
to the satellite radio, yeah.
and after doing all that, power on the system and attempt to download this game on one specific day.
Yep. It very, very, very wild game to exist, honestly. Continued onward, past where the stairs and the side passage emerge into the main corridor, and ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. When
Uh-oh.
it gently pushed the heavy doors open and peeked inside.
Doesn't look like anyone's in here.
Seemed to be the main hall of the manor.
Also, for anyone who just
Ooh.
came in off the raid, get ready for a lot of Australian accent.
Oh yeah! There's a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns decorated with sculptures of birds and beasts. Birds and beasts. That's some good
I'm gonna say
assonance.
birds and beasts all the time now. I love that phrase.
Welcome everybody. How you doing out there, birds and beasts? That's what we're gonna say instead of ladies
Oh
and
my god,
gentlemen
that's
now.
so good! I love
Yeah.
that. No, that's way better.
Fixed to the wall in the back towered a tremendous pipe organ, like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. These ladies and losers, that's good too. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Members of Lynx's family? The ladies love it and the losers know where they stand. So true. I was busy staring at a painting depicting a young husband and wife. I realized that their eyes had turned right at me.
I realized I was under threat by a polycule looking for a third.
Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. Just look that way because the flickering light of the candles reflected against the glossy oil paint.
There was a
Obviously.
demon! There was a demon! There was literally a demon!
It's not about to turn
goblins!
into a dumb ghost story, though.
We just killed a griffin!
Those aren't ghosts.
There was a
Except
demon
for
in the
the-
mirror!
The skeleton
Okay.
is kind of ghost adjacent.
Okay, there was a ghost in the mirror, yes.
Yeah, there was a mirror
But
ghost. Yeah.
that wasn't dumb.
Yeah, exactly. That was cool.
There was a sewer man.
A skeleton is different from a ghost, and it's different from a mummy.
I guess. I mean, like, there's a cultural difference between a skeleton and a mummy, but are they really that different? Like, compositionally?
Look, just
A
because
a mummy is just a skeleton
I don't
with
ascribe
clothes.
I don't
mummy
ascribe to Zelda rules.
Okay, alright, okay.
A mummy is a skeleton that thinks it's hot shit.
Yeah, that's true. Spirits are different from ghosts? I mean, okay, yeah, sure, I can accept that. Sure.
Okay, yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Yeah, okay.
So no ghosts yet.
This kid? Maybe this is Glorbo again. This place gives me the creeps and get a load of all those ugly bugs. No, this is definitely kid.
Okay.
There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else.
Neither Magil nor I had any objections. Left the hall and returned to the corridor. We gotta go down the side passage. Usual kid suddenly stopped.
What's that?
Jabbed her finger at something in the darkness. This is a monster we've seen before, but I don't remember. Oh, this is the
Skeleton,
the
skeleton,
yeah?
skeleton, skeleton,
skeleton time.
skeleton.
It was a skeleton! I love the fucking
skull that goes across the screen.
Yeah. I love the skull. It's awesome. The skeleton and I stood face to face, his empty eye sockets staring straight at me.
These aren't mummy bandages. This is a tea.
I mean, tackling the skeleton worked before. I think we know like the solution to the
Those are
skeleton.
medical bandages.
Yeah.
I tore my ACL. I need these.
Throwing the skull at me, I catch the skull, and I slam it into the floor. Hell yeah!
I wonder if you can toss it back and forth for a while.
That would be really funny.
It won't be troubling us anymore. Time to... Oh, yeah.
I feel great. I feel great. Yeah. Okay. And
Paradise
kid likes
Station,
us. Here we
everything.
go.
Swoon.
Yeah. We headed down the side
Wow.
passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door.
Looks pretty regular, but okay.
Normal door.
Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. Next thing I knew, she slipped inside.
It was
Angela
a
and I
fully
followed.
furnished Jack in the Box.
That's terrifying.
Here we go. Here's the study. It looks like a study. The room was lit by the moonlight coming along slender windows, slanting down in pale beams of the darkness. Pretty big
That's
for a
study
study.
music.
Immaculate antique desk dominated in the center. A rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. All to the rear of the room was decorated with paint. Shelves of vases, painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from foreign lands.
Right, let's find this key.
Light on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room.
Kid?
Kid?
Where the mirror sit was again, Serge?
He was asking me? How was I supposed to remember? I remember it being purple. I think it's far bookcase?
Oh, Christ alive. I don't remember.
It's
Yeah.
purple.
Let's check.
It's purple. I think it's
remember
if
it
it's
being purple.
Should I check the tapes?
Let's try the far bookcase. I think it was supposed to be the purple cover, the furthest bookcase.
There's a girl called March 7 in Hunky Star Rail.
That's great. So I'm gonna take my word for it. Kid made for the case in question.
Right, this is the one. Purple cover. Ah! This gotta be it.
Kid pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. Angela and I watched as she opened it. Pages were hollowed out, and inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols. Hey, I got
Nice
it.
First try. Nailed it. Nice one, Sage.
Kid snatched the key from inside of the book.
Right, time to get a look at this treasure.
And got what we came for. We left the study. Now we gotta get Kid's respect. Made our way back down the dark side passage leading to the study. We arrived back at the intersection. Okay, I think we want to go back to the terrace. There was a locked door at the end of the right passage, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh
Well
no!
said.
It's another skeleton! They're fucking
You don't
throwing
know
so many
that.
skeletons at us!
No, there's no way it's a skeleton. There is no
It
possible.
was a skeleton!
It was a skeleton! No!
Get your ass!
Gotta solve the skeleton puzzle again.
Hit him.
It's really funny how it's like, it's kind of random battles, but like, they get, every time it's the same monster, they get solved the same way, essentially. It's like, what monsters you encounter are just kind of like randomly chosen, I think. I think some of them might be in specific places. I think the griffin is always where that is, but I don't know.
Not bad, Sage. Not bad at all.
Following the corridor.
Alright.
Oh yeah, the locked door is over here somewhere.
Yeah, this is the clock tower room where we met the old hag. Onward. Sturdy door should be it, I think.
Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. There's some kind of treasure behind it. Me name ain't Kid. That's it. The smell of cold hard cash, all right.
Muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. Go on in.
I should do it.
It slipped the key we'd found into the lock. Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door, vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. So it's a magical barrier that's dispelled by putting a key in a lock?
Well, I assume both the key and the door are enchained. I assume it's to prevent Magil from doing this. Just,
I
whoa.
know, but it's really funny. It's a magical key that opens a magical door in the way that keys open doors. Like, this is how you can find everyday magic in your real life. You can pretend that you're locking your door with a magical key. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun. And it was all quiet. Darkness of the manor returned.
All right, we're in.
The creak, the heavy door gently swung open. The sob was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside.
Whoa, we hit the motherload.
Hell yeah!
Oh.
It's tubes and pipes.
I think it's supposed to be like golden faces and stuff.
It's the mouth of a sea anemone, it is.
Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. It looked as though she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. What thief wouldn't have been? After all, this is the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this vast amount of riches has seen even the most careless spendthrift set for life. Agile. Okay.
Oh shit, I muted myself.
Oh no!
Trying to unmute myself.
Okay.
Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest.
Agile spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. Not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Gloop.
Bloop.
Yeah, I know.
Disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt. I mean, I think I see it rotating in the back.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Wait, is that it? Look on the pedestal over there. Oh, well, whatever. It was Kid. Sorry.
There wasn't any
Wow.
Australian words in that.
Yeah? I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. Ooh.
Ooh.
There was a small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. Frozen flame. Silently, Magil walked toward the pedestal. It called out. Ooh, do we want to hurry or do we want to be careful?
I think we should be careful.
Gotta be
Yeah. You're
I
right.
think
This
yeah.
is Lynx we're dealing with, after all. may not be. It may be very well trapped. It may very well be trapped. Very well. We should be on our guard.
We need to be quick about this. But fine, have it your way.
Crumbled kid
Mega
looking
King.
away.
You...
The object 5% of people name their usernames after. True. Agile examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused.
We were wise to be cautious.
Placing its left hand on the base of the pedestal, uttered an incantation, drawing quick sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, for a moment blazed brightly.
There. Now we can proceed.
Agile calmly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Da-da-da-da! Surge and friends obtained the frozen flame!
Are you supposed to read that? I can't read it as anything else other than a Zelda noise.
I'm sure. I can't imagine it's anything other than that, yeah? Woo! Managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. I
I'll
breathed
just
a
go
sigh.
ahead and load Chekhov's gun there.
Yeah.
Nothing horrible happens,
Uh-huh.
I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Magil, staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Magil, we did it! Let's get at it! Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust.
This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe.
What?
What?
Suddenly a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. I turned with a gasp to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Da-da-da-da! Kid and friends obtained a golden crown too.
Well, you can just wear that and call yourself the fool.
You're kidding me, right? You had to go and you complete bonehead! I let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Wanna do a parrot voice, Kid?
Oh, Discord is devouring that.
Yeah, it's destroying that, unfortunately.
I
It's fine.
choked. I
Yeah.
died.
Oh no!
Zeno, you're right. She did do the Aladdin thing.
Yeah, it's the Aladdin thing. Give Magil voice
We're
a
in
try.
trouble. These things are going nowhere.
Magil, inspecting the bars covering the door. Though to look at him, wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong.
Which way? Which way?
The parents! To the vault! To the vault! Oh, it's the guards, okay, I see.
Oh.
Heard voices in the
Oh.
distance. The manor guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins.
Only somewhere to hide. Be like Scrooge McDuck and swim into it.
Yeah? In a panic, I looked around the room. Large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out, then plunged in head first and closed the lid.
Magil just stood there. Young
Random
Captain!
NPC, go
There's
whoever.
no sign of anyone in there. No sign.
Strange.
Strange.
Peculiar. No one has ever escaped before. None have ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None.
It's me, the mousetrap.
I
I'm the...
gently pushed up the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. Goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows.
Yeah, Captain, what if there's actually a mouse this time? Schiff was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain.
A mouse?
Oh,
A
sorry.
rodent? A rat? Would a teeny tiny thing like that have really sprung the trap? Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin who must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That was when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from a corner of the room.
Squeak! Squeak, then!
It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Startled, the troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thoughts. Mousies? Sure, Chef was complaining about cats.
Kid, no. I'm meowing and it's getting eaten by Discord.
Oh, that voice again. Again, silence. The goblins only looked at each other.
You should say that, cat. Why, I heard it. It wasn't mouse or cats. It was a heckran.
An awkward silence followed. In mind's eye, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a heckran was.
Smell a rat.
rat.
Oh, sorry.
By which I mean a thief! Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for their weapons and then...
Heck. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's... Go for it, Clay.
Ran. Hecka, ran, hecka, hecka. Listen, it really is a heckran by heck. That proves it.
The goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Cheeky little devil, surprised me there.
Let's get out of here, boys.
The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief.
Holy fucking shit.
And then they came charging back in again with a mighty roar.
Oh, okay, cool.
There's no such thing as heckrans. You sneaky little buggers.
Roared Kid, leaping out from behind the pile of gold coins. Not true. We fought a heckran in Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, oh, no, wait. God.
You want to talk, thief.
Wait, oh no, I was thinking of Hide-On from FF6. That's Hide-On!
That's Hide-On!
I don't care if nobody else likes that clip. I do.
I love that clip, but I'm also in it, so...
Yeah, we did good.
Brandishing their weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. I quietly eased open the lid of the coffer and slipped out. If you anywhere, can I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do. Then I made up my mind. We gotta save Kid!
No, save Kid.
I had to save Kid. There was no way I was gonna abandon a friend in need. If it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, find a way to come out on top. Oh.
Where's Magic Boy?
He's not helping.
Hiding.
Does he ever help?
No.
I drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. It's not for brains, it's over here! Goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes all staring daggers at me. You want to be a goblin?
Kid, you want to be a goblin?
I would love to be a goblin.
Begin being.
I gulped, wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan of action after all. Humans are so stupid. The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth. This one's got a death wish, alright? But else you'd be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure.
That's a fist. Being called dumb by a. Oh, wait, this is Kid. Sorry.
Yeah, this is Kid.
Okay, cool. Is it fist? Being called dumb by a bloody goblin? Try acting tough and you cry to your mum later on.
Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened.
You tell that was Kid who kicked your teeth in.
So you're Kid, are you? A snaky little slippery little thief we've heard so much about. The goblin narrowed his eyes. Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter.
I like how some Australian was sneaking in there.
Yeah? The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and started swinging. You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblin, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guard. The goblins that gobble other goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad.
I'm gobsmacked. Oh, quit shooting your mouth off and let me stick a boot in it.
And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of a goblin's head with a crack, sending a creature tumbling downward. Come lads, the boy looks scrawny, start with him! The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air. Glorious Gob Strike!
They rehearsed this.
Oh, I accidentally went to the save screen. Let's save, why not?
Oh yeah, sure.
The goblins charge across the room in response to their captain's command. Hey Ashley, how are you doing? Gob strike incoming! A goblin rushed toward me, swinging his weapon overhead. Oh no, I waited too long. I wasn't gonna make it! The morning star swept sideways through the air. I twisted my body to evade it, went for my torso to erupt in pain. Before I knew it, sent rolling across the floor in agony.
Surge, get up!
Spurred on my kid's scream. I staggered to my feet, clutching my side. Couldn't let it end like this. Another goblin flew down from overhead. Okay, you wanna...
Balls away!
The growl had sent its morning star swinging from above. I'm rolling away. Wasn't fast enough. Oh no! Oh, we're getting the shit beat out of us on this one. I let out a howl as the force of the impact shuddered through my body. I'd never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around the floor in agony. It's a good thing I saved, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. It's on me, boy. Let me hear you sing.
As I
guess I
crawled
could've
on the
done
floor,
Australia.
the shadow of the goblin towered over me like a black mountain.
Die, brat.
Its lips curled around its fangs in a leering grin, and it raised its weapon over its head.
Oh no, you don't. You'll have to get through me first.
It lashed out with a lightning-fast kick.
There's more where I came from.
Please, have mercy.
The stricken goblin had collapsed to the floor, its eyes wide with fear.
This isn't a game, Surge. Watch yourself, will you?
No, I'm playing it on my Satellaview. It's a game. My head was spinning, but I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet. God strikes incoming. We parried. I just managed to push my enemy's attack aside. Tried to strike back with my knife. The goblin to knock away my attack with a flick of its brawny arm and send me crashing to the ground. I'm getting so fucked up. Ah! The shots and the flash of bright white light singeing through my head. Another of the goblins hesitated for just a moment, only to be run through by a spear of pure lightning conjured up by Magil. Oh, Magil was here
Finally.
after all.
Yay.
The goblin let out a blood-curdling howl as electricity coursed through his body. It clutched awkwardly at its chest where it had been struck. Face contorted with agony and horror. Magil's cape fluttered. Its piercing eyes stared coldly at his victim.
Magil is like Luca in Chrono Trigger. Low speed, high M attack.
Yeah, exactly.
None who defy me shall escape my wrath.
Another goblin flew in from overhead, bombs away. Okay, I jump up. It was better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head on. Bounced helplessly off its enormous rock-like body, smashing headfirst into the floor. Wait, they're both bad options? Ugh! The shock of the impact jolted through my body. Cobb strike is incoming. Time to dodge. No! Oh, I'm getting the shit beaten out of me.
Jesus.
This fight sucks. Okay, another of the goblins hits us a moment and we run through by a spear of pure lightning conjured up by Magil. Okay, the goblin let out a blood-curdling howl as electricity coursed through its body. It clutched awkwardly with its chest where it had been struck, its face contorted with agony and horror. Magil's cape fluttered and his piercing eyes stared coldly as a victim. It's the same. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm the coolest.
So true. Oh. This still doesn't... Oh, wait. Hang on. I smashed my skull into the goblin's grim visage as hard as I could. Oh, is there randomness in this? Weird. A shock ran through my neck and shoulders like it'd been brained with a hammer. But it was worth it. Ethan spittled through left and right as the great ugly brutes rolled stunned across the floor.
Long live your links! Glory to the gob school!
With these final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. We'd made it. Or at least that's what I thought. My vision grew red and hazy as blood poured from a massive gash on my head.
Oh.
Kid's screams grew more and more distant, and I felt myself falling into a bottomless darkness. Oh, Surge died. That. How I died. Holy shit!
I think it didn't go well.
It didn't go well that time. Yeah.
Hey, it's a good thing you hit the save button by accident.
It is! What the hell? Did Lynx call them the Gob Squad, or did they do that themselves?
The Gob Squad doesn't sound like his style.
Yeah, I think they decided they were the Gob Squad. Okay. We're starting. The Gob Strike is incoming. Carry the attack. Okay, yeah. Still get... You really get beat up in this one. I feel like the optimal strategy is to find the ones where the party members do attacks.
Are you maybe supposed to go somewhere else before you come here?
So, also, if I am fucked up because we're locked in. Yeah. I'm really not sure.
I mean, you also took too long on one of them, didn't
Yeah,
you?
I took too long on the first one.
I didn't know that was even a thing that could happen.
Oh yeah, there's a
Me
timer
neither.
in battles. Ooh, hang on. Agile conjured up a black wind, which surged forth like a shearing tempest.
Huh?
Any
How does a
goblin.
human know a spell like that? Who are you?
Goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it. It collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Agile looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. Okay, glory to the Goblin Squad. It's the last of them. We made it! Okay, we're fine.
Ooh.
Okay, cool. Okay, so that
I think taking too long on the first one probably did me in.
yeah. Piece of cake.
The kid, putting on a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. Then she stopped and looked at me.
Serge, what were you thinking, you great Drongo? Getting the goblins to come after you like that. You really didn't have to, you know.
She gazed softly at me, blue eyes like the glow of the moon. She seemed to be trembling slightly. Down at the ground, hiding her face.
Thanks. I'll never forget what happened tonight. Even if we go our separate ways. Even if we never meet again, never.
Then Magil stepped in.
Save the chatter for later. We can't waste any more time here.
I can't have you two being heterosexual on my watch.
The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the map.
Hey, Fire, go ahead and drop another save, maybe, now that we got through that.
Let's do that here.
Alright, mate, thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault that Lynx has to make things so bloody difficult for everyone.
It spun on her heel and made a sulky about face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins.
But so Drongo said their Lynx is a great elite guard, right? Bet they got some nice loot on them.
That, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets, like a hyena sniffing for scraps.
Hello? What's this then?
Found an odd metal plate. Resembled an open hand and was covered in runes. Yep.
Reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Well, never know, might come in handy either way. Find his keepers.
Plate vanished into Kid's pocket.
Oh, by the way, did you Magil, the Surge, it's handy because this is just a hand. Fuck it, you bloody
Okay.
Drongo. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, Kid. Okay.
Oh,
Alright.
I'm so sorry.
no,
I thought you were going on a. I'm sorry.
no, I was
I'm
making
dumb.
fun of you. No, this wasn't you. I was
Oh.
doing a bit. I really was doing a bit.
Oh, okay. Looks like there's nothing else worth. Wait, hold on.
No,
Such
this
me.
is definitely Kid.
Yeah. Ugh. This is nothing else we're taking unless you count pocket lint and bits of string. She's the one walking around with a centipede.
Yeah, this is a fun toy centipede. It's her friend.
You know,
She rose
It's
to her
the-
feet and looked around the room.
It's a real shame to leave the rest of us loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever.
Kid turned to face us and flashed a grin.
Alright, lads, let's get a move on. Ain't gonna be dark forever.
That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now.
Uttered Magil, seemingly to himself. That left the vault in search of the real frozen flame. Alright, I mean, obviously this is for the mouth of the truth.
Yeah. Towards the
Staircase going upward.
Yeah.
I kind of want to hop up and grab some water real quick because I have no
Go
more
for it.
water.
No worries.
I'll be right back.
I'm going in here because I'm hoping the hag is here and she can give us heals again.
That would be nice.
The room was completely silent and there was no sign of life. Hello? Any little ladies in here? No? Kindly old dears who know more and they're letting on, lurking in the shadows? Oh, wait, no, this is probably Kid.
No, kindly old dudes, no more than they're letting on looking in the shadows. Come out, wherever you are. Oi! Lady, show yourself.
Silence spoke volumes.
My dad probably thinks I'm fucking insane.
Yeah, I bet. This is a waste of time, pronounced Magil flatly, turning on his heel. Left the dusty old storage room. Oh well, no heals. Ah, no! A battle! It stopped us.
There's something there.
Listen carefully. Rattle, rattle, rattle. A figure appeared in the darkness on the other side of the corridor.
I hope it's not Bones.
It's Bones! I'm attacking. Come on, then. I leaped at the skeleton. Flash up with sword. Blood drip from my face is a different skeleton. Shit! The tip of the battle blade had scratched my cheek. Eep! I jumped back in a panic.
I hope you brought your brown trousers.
Rumbled Kid. Real great joke, Kid. He spurred off against the skeleton. It threw the sword it was carrying to the ground and took a step forward.
Oh, it's mad.
Then it twisted its body into a strange pose.
Wait, is it Doom? I think it is.
It proceeded to contort itself further, adopting the shape that could only be described as highly suggestive. For a moment, no one knew quite how to respond.
What bloody hell?
What should we? Wait, kid, look at Madge! Madge seemed completely bewitched. There was no way he'd be any use to us in this state. What were we going to do? Snap at it? Magil, pull yourself together! I tried my hardest to get through to him, but he just carried on staring into space with a vacant look in his eyes. Magil, get horny for sexy skeleton?
What the fuck? What the heck is wrong with him? What kind of weirdo gets his head turned by a bloody skeleton?
Utter Kid, turning back on to face our foe.
Well, Shikata and I, it's only a bag of bones. We can handle this.
Great, thank you. She lunged toward the creature. The skeleton brought down its sword, but Kid nimbly dodged with side step to the left, then took advantage of her momentum to kick it right in its side. Well, in the spine, close to the waist anyway. Crunch! The bone shattered, separating the skeleton into two halves. You did it!
Piece of cake.
The skeleton wasn't quite done yet, though. Burning its upper body with its left hand, it quickly picked itself back up. Right hand, it flung its sword at me. What's it going to do? Duck. The sword sailed through the air right where I'd been standing only a moment before. Whew, that was close. Take this! It rushed down the skeleton and shattered its skull with an almighty kick. The bones of its upper body fell to the floor with a clatter. Finally, the creature lay still.
All right, Sidge.
Yeah, I think so.
That's dealt with now.
It turned her attention back to Magil.
Can't believe this Drongo, though.
Whack! She brought her fist down hard in his head.
Maybe that'll wake you up. Now, if we're done here, let's get a bloody move on.
What was I? Oh. Hey, what the fuck?
That was so fucking weird! What a fucking thing to happen with this guy. Starting to feel a little worse for Ware. I have to be more careful from now on, or this was gonna end badly.
Not bad, Sidge. Not bad at all. Didn't know you had it in you.
She just glint in Kid's eye as she rewarded me with rare words of praise.
I have
We're
a
hurt,
question.
but Kid still likes us. Yes.
The hag. We could. She's someone we could have encountered at any time and would probably heal us.
Yeah,
any
we
point.
probably could have strategically used her, I guess.
Yeah. Oh well.
She didn't come back, so... Okay. Right down the corridor.
That's
Yeah,
true.
our health is low, girl respect is high, it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, what?
Because you want to go downstairs. You
Yeah, we
want
want
to.
to
You
go
want to.
downstairs.
Yeah.
Why are we going up? This is the wrong stairwell, I think. Uh-oh. I messed up. Yeah, this is the trapped room. Whoops, I went the wrong way.
This is the wrong room.
Some of these descriptions aren't.
It's fine. We continue on. Hear us. It's easy to get a little confused as to where we're going. Follow the corridor.
There we go.
Now we're going left. Time to go down the stairs. Don't go to the atrium because we get bit. If we do that, go down the passageway.
Mm-mm.
This is Riddle's room. Wait, no, this isn't right either. How do we get to the Mouth of Truth? I think we have to go towards the atrium and then?
Yeah, like it splits off towards the
Yeah.
atrium. You gotta be kidding me. Tell me to swim through a blade like a piranodons? Yeah, you can count me out, mate. I'm supposed to charm we victims of big chunks bitten out of me.
She had a point.
Here's a better plan. Why don't we go back to Beardy and try sticking something down his gob?
That's what I was trying to do. Sure enough, she pulled out her bundle of odds and ends. I have to, I asked, knowing the answer. Probably just as well, since Kid only glared at me in response. I chose the hand-shaped. I took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. But not taking another look at the runes, it was no closer to working out what they might mean. Nothing. Plate into the Mouth of Truth. Marble maw. As soon as I did so, its eyes rolled upward. All gave a light shudder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth. Wants to be the Mouth of Truth. Wants to be the Mouth of Truth.
You can do it, Kit.
Okay. What does the mouth sound like?
I don't know.
All the noises that we've made.
I've never experienced mouth before.
This.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh my god. This, indeed, the ultimate truth of the universe.
You hear something?
Yeah.
Watch the Mouth of Truth in confusion. Great marble tongue lolled out, almost like a snake.
Ew.
Coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside.
What's going on?
In a panic, I looked to Magil for answers.
Seems the ineffable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of truth tongue-tied.
Magil answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might have even been trying to make a joke. Hang on, so that plate thingy revealed the truth of the universe? And... oh, no, it's Kid.
And you went and crammed it down Beardy's gullet. Do you realize how much we could have sold that for?
He kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. Then, drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide.
Uh-oh.
The
Yeah,
red
there it
water
is.
formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the piranodons were washed away with the current.
Oh.
Soon, only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away.
Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight.
Grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. Crossed the drain room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. Went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and the right. Try left first. Continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking.
Save real quick.
Yeah, sure. I love saving.
I don't trust it. I don't trust nothing around these parts.
Hello?
Sorry,
Meh.
I was looking at. Sorry, I was looking at the mod panel.
Okay.
Bloody marvelous! Another bloody door with a bloody magic berry on it. Wonder what's inside. Me sixth sense tells me it ain't treasure.
It whispered back to us as she examined the door.
Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be whispering.
Fine,
I suspect that this is the manor's dungeon.
replied Magil, his eyes closed in concentration.
I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. Oh, wait.
No, this is
Oh, wait,
definitely
somebody
still
else.
Magil.
Oh, somebody. Oh, okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But there's nothing we can do, and thus it is of little concern to us now. Let us turn back.
A way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Continue. Down the dark, dank corridor. Stairs leading downward finally came into view. Time to go even more down. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. God!
Wow.
A dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Try right this time. Followed the corridor for a while before coming across a small door.
Get a whiff of that. Something smells good.
Heard kids sniffing at the air. Come on in. He opened the door.
Blimey, there's a small kitchen. Must be. Oh, sorry.
Oh, must be for the servants.
Commented Magil. I scanned our surroundings. Basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, made ready for tomorrow. Mousetrap. Like any other commoner's kitchen. We'd walked over to a large pot filled with food and peered inside.
Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Want to try some, Serge?
I mean, I'd like a
Ho-
heel.
Hopefully it's a heal, yeah.
I hope it's a heel. Timidly, I peered into the pot. Quick stew. Not bad at all. It's inviting. Up with a ladle and brought it to my mouth. Oh. I'm deciding it's delicious. This stuff's delicious. You should grab a bowl, kid, I urged between bites. Kid was looking at me again, staring intently, in fact, like she was searching for something.
We ain't going green or nothing. Guess it's safe. Let's have a try.
Licked her lips with anticipation and swiped my spoon right out of my hand.
Fancy a taste, Mag?
No.
Kid grabbed a bowl from nearby and began spooning out more. I did the same. We had our fill. The stew was still warm, and it felt as though the magic of fresh home cooking was easing my wounds somewhat.
Thank goodness.
Suddenly, a little voice rang out. I don't know. A little voice? Who wants to be a little voice?
I'll pick a better voice
Awesome.
once we find out more.
Kid froze.
Oi! Who you calling a bloke?
Kid barked angrily in the direction the voice was coming from. Mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers. Inside of a mousetrap hanging from the wall in the corner of the room.
Oh my god, he's been on the screen this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, I am sorry. You're a young lady, I see.
The mouse bowed its head in apology.
Please, kind young lady, you must hear me out. I am cheesed to meet you.
The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly
No
at
one
Kid.
will find the bodies.
I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I still managed to get myself caught in a trap. If you leave me here, I'll surely be eaten by goblins.
Kid eyed the little creature. Goblin? Wait, that's Sue! Putting two and two together, Kid ran for the sink.
I beg of you, please, Mr. Obama, free me from this trap. It just came flooding back.
The second you
My
said
mother-
please.
Yes! My mother is sick. And she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. I want this to sound like the saddest, wettest little creature possible.
The mouse was clearly begging for its life. Also, an odd little glint in its eye. Meanwhile, Kid was at the sink.
Oh, I'm never gonna get that taste out of my mouth. I'll be buggered if I'm hanging around here any longer.
Kid returned from the sink, only to stamp off toward the door. He was looking very green around the gills.
Kindly young lady, I don't suppose you could free me first? You got yourself into this mess, you can sort yourself out.
Kid all but spat on the ground as she left the room. The mouse's eyes welled up as it looked at me.
Young man, please. You're my only hope.
Getting Australian in there too, huh?
Sorry.
Let's save again.
A little drifted over.
Do we wanna free the mouse, or do we wanna
Let's see what happens
mouse?
let's see what happens if we free it, yeah.
Okay. Fine. Unable to bear it staring at me anymore with those pleading eyes, I lifted down the cage and opened the door. Mouse bounded happily out from inside. The mouse gave a wicked chuckle.
Oh, you poor, naive fool.
Suddenly, its body began to balloon massively in size.
Oi, Serge, what are you doing?
Kid stopped in horror the moment she opened the door.
Huh?
Look at me, a griffin!
Ah, damn. The enormous creature stared balefully down at us.
Idiot humans! My mother's not sick! Oh, how the fuck does a griffin talk?
I
But
don't know.
yours will be when she sees what I've done to you!
Great.
Good going, Serge. You're a bloody liability, you are.
Okay, maybe I made a mistake, but she didn't have to rub it in like that. The griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us.
You
Razor
killed one
sharp
bef-
talons sliced through the air, breaking down towards me. Jump away, backstep. Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack. Blow never came, as the griffin suddenly lost its balance and came crashing through the ground.
Oh, mother. I'm too hungry to even fight properly.
What on earth? I breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. Alright, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Oh, Kid walked up to the griffin,
Alright,
cracking her
mouse.
knuckles.
Now it's time for the real show to begin. Please, kindly young lady. This is all a misunderstanding, a terrible misunderstanding.
Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet.
You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything. Yeah, I know how much a promise from the likes of you is worth.
Kid took another step toward the griffin, not skipping a beat.
Please?
Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away.
Enough!
Magil called for Kid to stop.
Let's hear it.
Oh, thank you, kind. Put some beetle in there. Thank you.
Thank you! The griffin was beside itself with relief.
Spoil my fun, why don't you?
Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away.
Listen well, O merciful savior. Right thrice, left twice, right twice.
Hey.
Should you find yourself trapped in one of Lynx's swirling snares, remember my words.
I'm gonna type this in the chat window and try to remember this that way.
Okay, this was worth it. I'm glad we freed the mouse.
Thank you, Kit. Okay, good. That, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall.
Lynx's snares? Ha! As if I'd be thick enough to walk in one of his traps. We did that before, though.
No, it's fine. She's
Let's get out of
perfect,
here.
is the thing.
Let's get out of here. We're wasting off time already.
Kit turned on her heel and made for the door. Left the kitchen. There was another door, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we can...
Press on. They were covered in scratches and other odd marks.
Ooh.
Big door.
Above the door was a wooden plate that bore the legend "Guard Room" in elaborate calligraphy.
Well, reckon this might be where to find the key to that door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it.
It pressed an ear against the door carefully.
Doesn't sound like anyone's in there.
Went inside. It opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside, and so we thought it would be empty. There inside was a lone goblin, sitting in a chair with a book in its hand. Light steam drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and delicate aroma. Look at this guy!
I like this guy.
Oh!
This is a hell of a guy. The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. Yeah, Landshark! This feels like your kind of guy. There's something different about this one. I can tell as much as a glance. Wants to be the cool goblin.
Kit, do you really? I think you can bring this goblin
yeah.
to life. I bet we're about to have a Kit dialogue too. So.
Alright. Vince, how rare it is to have guests.
Heavens! How well spoken for a goblin! It could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him nonetheless.
Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Go off up the key to the dungeon if you want to live.
It slammed her knife into the table to illustrate her point. Goblin didn't so much as flinch.
Sorry.
You,
It's
you
you,
must
it's you.
be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I've always so wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would.
Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face.
I see that your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest.
Oh,
title. Oh shit.
that's like the name of the game, yeah! The goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. He took it without a word. Her gaze had changed. Cat, cautiously studying its prey.
And I was just getting to the good part, too. Oh, well, I suppose I shall have to give up on ever finishing it now.
Goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder and into a nearby bin.
Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismeld, and I am the god on watch. No need to stand, please. Do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course.
Goblin beckoned us to sit down. Mean to poison us?
If I may.
Agile calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. Sit? Do we check with Kid?
I think we should sit.
Decided to trust Magel's instincts. Took a seat next to him. Had some kind of plan in mind. I'm sure of it. It didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. Standing with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously.
This builds your relationship with Mage so you can kiss him in the end.
Yeah. The goblin pours
second, I'll be
3
right back.
cups of tea.
Here you are.
The slightest hint of hesitation, Magel took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. Sipped, then placed the cup back on its saucer.
Himalayan tea. Not a blend I'd expect to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, and one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes.
I couldn't believe the conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. Couldn't shake the fear that it might be poison. Also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelled, for I knew it the cup was in my hands. This is great, I blurted out. I'd never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. Glanced over at Kid, who was blowing manically at the liquid in her cup. Forgotten that she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things.
Now that we're comfortable... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was
What's
just
up?
gonna say, oh, so there's a few opportunities to get healed down
Yeah,
here.
it seems like.
Yeah, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, we really got beat up in the treasure vault.
Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmise, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away.
Glanced over to Kid again. Typical. Wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. Still huffing and puffing at her tea. Seemed it would be up to me to respond. I'll be reasonable with Grismeld. He's
Yeah.
nice. Does
Yeah,
that mean
he's
you want
very
something in
nice.
return?
You'd like to know what I want? I want your heads. Or rather, I'm sure that's what my employer would have me say. But no, I had no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you.
Did you have to wait? Did you have to wait that out? Was that an
Yeah,
opportunity?
I did.
Yeah, that's funny.
That
that's
was on
really...
the timer. Grismeld chuckled as he said this.
What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have one or two ripping yarns to share.
Grinning, he added.
I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourselves must have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves.
We wanted to hear a story. Seemed a more than fair price to pay for the key. Closed my eyes and thought. Aha! I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest.
The game just
Then-
starts over.
Which one we got? Bugs or flowers?
The flowers really
Uh,
seem like his vibe.
Then, ooh.
Oh, no.
No, going without food. Okay. Sunflowers nowhere to be found. Fragments I remembered seemed about right. There's only one way the story could end. I took breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest, searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. Walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. Then, in her moment of darkest despair, she saw a brilliant light. None other than the golden sunflower she sought. The young girl gratefully pocketed the sunflower seeds. Will surely save my mother, she thought. Rushed home to give them to her, and her dear mother was hale and hearty once more within days. They all lived happily ever after.
Oh,
Was-
sorry.
Did my squeak come through? I
It
turned
did
it
not,
into like
no.
okay. I made her be like, oh,
Pretty
it's
good.
completely get eaten. Yeah.
Yeah, murmured Kid, wiping a tear from her eye. Grismeld frowned.
Not quite what I was expecting, and not the most riveting of tales, but I suppose it will do. The key, as promised.
Kid is like sobbing, and Grismeld's like, derivative. I took it from Grismeld's hand. Something didn't seem right though. Are you really going to give it up so easily? Is it really alright to trust such a strange goblin?
Goblin racism.
Grismeld seemed to notice my suspicion. Leaned back into his chair, looking at the ceiling.
When I was a young tyro, braver, stupider goblin, I once served General Viper, who was the lord of this manor, until his betrayal by Lord Lynx. Despite my boorishness, Lady Riddle always saw something in me worthy of praise.
Wait, Riddle? What's Lynx's adopted daughter got to do with anything?
Oh, you didn't know? Riddle's real father was none other than General Viper himself.
What?
Lord Lynx spared Lady Riddle's life so as not to snuff out that of the frozen flame. It's an uncanny stone, you see, has a life of its own, and some kind of spiritual bond with Lady Riddle.
Oh my.
Ass.
If only there was some way I could free my lady from this manor. Alas, I am alone. I alone am powerless to do any such thing.
I'm glad this guy's a party member.
Yeah,
Cool.
he should be the fourth radical dreamer.
He should. Of course. If I would have no qualms, if they You were to topple the usurper. I assume you intend to? Slay the old beast, I mean.
Strange inquiry to make so casually. Well, if it comes to it. More than a little taken aback by the directness of Griswold's question. I never expected to find one of Lynx's own guards asking me something like that. Suddenly I was shoved aside.
Not if it comes to it. We're gonna kill him tonight, and kill him good.
It's Kid, of course.
And in exchange, we'll have some more of that tea to take with us.
Kid held out her hand before Griswold could offer an answer.
I suppose I have a bag I can share.
Griswold shuffled awkwardly in his seat as he retrieved it. As ever, I was impressed at how Kid's uncompromising attitude and willingness to speak her mind always seemed to get her what she wanted.
Bonzer, sit tight and leave the rest to us, mate.
Bonzer? Stowing the bag in her pocket, Kid took the job.
You can trust me. I'm a girl of me word.
That might have been the biggest lie she'd ever told.
Right, let's get moving.
She made for the door with a spring in her step. Left the room, Griswold behind. I really wish he would join the party.
I love Griswold. He's
I love
great.
Griswold too, yeah. Ah man, it's Bones again.
There's something here.
Fucking Bones. Why we always gotta fight the skeleton? We're gonna assess the situation this time. The sword was carrying to the ground and took a step forward. Body and oh, it's fucking seducing Magil again.
Why
it's
is this
sexy
here?
again? Why are the skeletons suddenly sexy? You defeated enough of the easy skeletons, and now it's time for the sexy skeletons. Let's just attack. Okay. We beat the shit out of the skeleton. Defeated the skeleton.
Guess you can fly after all. Can't believe it's stronger though.
Brought her fist down hard in his head. It's the same dialogue, but
Okay,
it's
so
really
you
funny.
Okay, basically, so
I feel great. I feel great.
You basically wait for it to charm.
Yeah. And then you just fucking dogpile him. He does the sexy pose and you just kill him while Magil is like, whoa, sexy.
Fucking sexy skeleton. Why?
Yeah.
Why is
like-
it in the game?
I don't know, but it's really good that it is, I think. Oh fuck, wait, did our girl respect go down?
Yeah, it did because you.
Oh,
I guess because we
no.
did. I guess because you didn't take her side in the other room.
No, that's
Yeah.
fucked up, okay.
No.
We gotta get our girl respect back up, shit. Okay, we're gonna go up. Go to the dungeon. It's above the guard room for some reason. I would have thought a dungeon would be at the bottom.
Well, the thing is, when you're a guy like Lord Lynx, you want your dungeon to be somewhere more accessible. Because it's really a community area, a gathering point.
Yes, yeah. Good night,
Salad
Simar.
Simar.
Have a good one.
Right, that key we got for that creepy old goblin should do the trick.
Id slipped the key into the lock. Heavy door groaned slightly as it swung open. Slowly swung open, excuse me. Clammy air rose up around our feet, crawling blindly through the darkness. Seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. Pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness.
I like how this water dripping sound effect is from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, it's just literally like the jail ambience from Chrono Trigger. It was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2. Got a very sad old man here.
Oh, Oliver, my kid, surrender. Forgive me, please. Please, forgive me.
Heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering, crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the voice.
Boy, you alright, mate?
Kid called out to the figure.
He's in jail. Jesus, kid.
Forgive me. It's all my fault. My fault. The Dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddle. Oh, forgive me, I beg of you.
The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He sat facing the wall, begging for forgiveness for knew what.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Asked Kid, trying again.
There will be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created.
Magil, cutting her off. No, what do you mean?
sorry.
I asked.
He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something. Something terrible. He has seen something or been through something. Or has done something.
So it's something, huh, Magil?
Yeah, it's something.
And so he has created his own world on the inside as a final refuge.
Fantasy.
The outside world lost
Great.
him forevermore.
Magil in surprise. Hint of sadness in his words. For some reason, he was looking at Kid, watching over her, stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Magil turned back to face me. Motionless expression went.
We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some would try to escape it.
Despite his hard words, his eyes retained softness, steely gaze giving way to a gentle light.
Do you understand?
You understand, or do we want him to be more specific?
I want him to be more specific, yeah.
Be a bit more specific. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. Could you explain a little more, I asked him?
Of course. You have seen the rapt state Kid enters before stealing something, I take it.
Oh, I'd seen it alright. Image of Kid clutched, hands clutched in front of her heart. Whirling stars for pupils floated immediately into my mind.
The item in question may not be hers yet, but in her mind, she has already taken possession of it. Become possessed by it, even. In other words, she has been transported to a place completely outside herself.
Very good example.
The man you see before you has been transported to a similar place, albeit a much darker one.
Made total sense to me now. Still find it amazing how an example from close to home can explain things so clearly.
Mag, you're treading on some very thin ice here.
See? I mean, he had a point. My musings were cut short by her fist crashing into the side of my head.
Don't you even think about agree with him, Serge?
Get on her bad side without even opening my mouth. It was almost impressive. Our girl respect is going so down. We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's leave him. Try someplace else.
Yeah, I didn't think that was Kid. There wasn't enough.
Yeah. Not enough apostrophes.
Yeah.
It made for the door of the dungeon.
Wait!
Told Magil.
We must find some way to get this man to speak.
Well, you can do magic then. Fucking summon a spell of Bloodicus or something.
What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after?
Some things he said piqued my curiosity. You mentioned the Dragoons, and Riddell too.
No, you said the Dragoons are ancient history.
Snap, kid.
Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly off his rocker.
Get a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Magil expect him to say? I'm missing a beat, Magil replied.
We simply have to bring him back to reality.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Great.
Mom's spaghetti. Huh?
Kid.
How are we gonna do that? You want me to do a little dance from or something? See if that gets his motor going.
Please don't. Oh no.
No,
Please
no.
don't do that. The words are out of my mouth before I could stop them.
What are you saying?
Her eyes narrowed threateningly. Oh
don't
no,
think it-
I fucked
Oh,
up.
no.
I should have said it.
Yo,
She
think-
hates us now.
You don't think anyone want to see me dance? Is that it?
No, completely opposite. Actually, ignore me.
Oh, this should be good. Enlighten me, why don't you?
He's right. It won't work.
It's like that kid's fist was flying toward Magil's face instead of mine. He dodged the blow with ease and carried on as if nothing had happened.
We must break through the shell he has created and drag him back to the real world. And in order to do that, we will need some kind of key. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected.
Yeah, and where we gonna find this key?
Asked Kid suspiciously. Yeah, I love this match. None of this affects him at all.
Don't know.
Gave Magil's simple reply.
But there is someone in this manor who can tell us.
Don't mean talking about Riddle, are you?
I am.
Magil replied with a nod. Probably, Kid.
Yeah, probably kid. Alright, fine. I don't know what the heck you expect her to tell us, though.
It turned on her heel and made for the door. Left the gibbering old man in the dungeon alone with his sorrow. Followed Kid and Magil back out into the corridor. Alright, we gotta go find Riddle. Gotta go through the atrium to get to her room.
Think she's gonna be there this time?
Maybe. Oh, hell yeah, we get to see this again!
I love this.
Absolutely amazing renders in this game.
They're delightful.
Yeah? Okay, Riddle's room. There'll at least be something in here, like jogs his memory.
Oh, but there is another mirror. Maybe the ghost moved into this mirror.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, hey, we got Voice of a Young Woman. Kit, do you wanna... this one?
Sure. Is someone there?
Came the voice of a young woman, shrank into the shadows. She is! She's beautiful! The woman appeared from deeper within the room, lightly made up and had a gentle, threatening air about her. It's his daughter.
Strange. I'm sure I heard someone.
At a loss as to what to do for a moment. Before I'd had time to do much more than hold my breath, it had already darted over. We're all here! Thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck.
Where's the frozen flame? Answer me!
Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way?
Shut your trap, Sidge.
Couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering.
What are you laughing at?
Kid shot Riddle a harsh look.
It's just... You don't seem like thieves at all.
You little... I cut you, girl.
I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything.
For a moment I felt faint, imagining Riddle on the floor covered in blood. Then, playing, it had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw that it was a letter opener.
Didn't think you noticed. Whatever. I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway.
I have no desire for bloodshed either.
Said Riddle in a voice that was almost a whisper.
I'm not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you.
And a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess, you're trapped in... Oh, no, Kid said it.
Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too.
Riddle only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question.
The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Lynx's hands.
Riddle spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her words.
The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north, who kept it for generations.
They were really into it. They were zealots about it. They
It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times until eventually it came into my father's possession. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under the false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then, on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything.
Hold everything?
It's a lot of killing.
Riddle shook her head, then buried her face in her hands.
I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about this stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from the Lynx and smash it to pieces right in front of him. And only we... Oh, sorry. And only we can make that happen.
Riddle looked up with surprise as Magil spoke.
No one else in the world can seize that jewel from Lynx.
Riddle stared speechlessly. Then in a low voice she whispered,
What can I do to help you? There's a survivor of the Acacia Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help.
said Magil, taking a step forward.
What? That man is a traitor! It's because of him that Zoranda... Please. It's the only way.
Riddle turned her back to us, hung her head low.
Kid's been quiet for a while. Oh, she's cute.
Look at her! Yeah! The cute little pre-render.
The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there.
Boy, the kill room, okay.
After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride. His life.
I assume the Chamber of Death must be the cell with the trapped ceiling, said Glorbo.
Thanks, Glorbo. Thanks, Glorbo. You're really on the money.
Riddle nodded.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
Started Kid.
That thing damn near killed us the last time.
Oh,
You
Riddle.
would need to take the Einlanzer with you. Was it Ein or Finn?
Ein.
Okay, that was behind her dress.
Yeah.
Or in front of her dress.
Yeah?
It is a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage, and a sister blade to the crimson, cursed Masamune.
Whoa!
Callbacks.
Yeah.
The timeless blessings of the Einlanzer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Zoranda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning.
Lost again in memories of fonder times. Riddle once more bowed her head.
Forgive me. I have little more to tell you. You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now.
Said Magil, turning and making for the door.
I wish I had the strength to change things like you do.
Whispered Riddle, biting her lip. It hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought.
It was hard for her. It ain't about strength. It's about having a purpose. Something to fight for.
We'll be praying for you.
Kid shot Riddle a look over her shoulder.
Great, maybe you can cross your fingers too.
We left the room. Good line. The passage outside the room continued for left and right. Right, let's go back to the atrium and get ourselves back to the old dungeon. And
Oh, we gotta cross all that shit? Okay.
oh wait, no, we don't want to do that. We have to find the sword. There was a sword. There is a sword in the clock tower.
Oh my god, that's right.
Yeah, there's an old ass sword in there, so that's probably it. We want to go terrace. Following right hand side. Go in here to the clock tower.
Hey, Magus. Wait, wrong name. Never mind. I can't do the bit.
No, this is Magil.
Hey, Magil.
They're different.
See any smoochable skeletons in here?
What?
The room was completely silent. There was no sign of life.
There it is. All tickets are not getting turned to mincemeat.
Ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it out from the pile of junk. He ran over to where it lay. Down at the sword, Magil muttered,
Two ancient blades. The sacred Einlanzer and the cursed Masamune.
What are you on about, man? You know something about the Master Mune?
Magil said nothing.
It means something to you.
It does.
Uh-huh. Do it, old friends I don't know about.
Not exactly.
An enemy, then.
Not exactly.
You're being weird, Mag. Well, whatever. Alright, numbnuts! Have this thing for me, will you?
Great, thanks, Kid. I was still standing by the doorway when Kid called over to me. Who, me?
Yeah, you? Or what were you gonna make me lug the bloody thing around the place? I'm just a scrawny little girl. I tell you, call yourself a gentleman.
What is... Hang on, I'm gonna save here.
Yeah.
What the fuck is gonna get our girl respect back up? My jaw dropped? I knew there wasn't anything I could say to her. Silently, I walked over to Kid and picked up the sword like I was told. Whoa! I nearly fell over. That thing was heavy.
Good boy. Off to the Chamber of Death. Eyes on the prize, lads.
Dragging the sword behind me, I followed Kid out of the room.
Can you imagine the noise?
Yeah. Eating the group as usual, Kid suddenly stopped. Oh no, it's sexy skeletons. No, it's not the sexy one, it's the regular one. It's the non-sexual skeleton. But a skeleton nonetheless.
I'm an abstinent never knew. Meh.
Tackle the skeleton.
Well, the thing is, maybe you should have just given the lipstick to Magus.
Yeah, exactly. We catch it. Slam it into the floor.
If I ever make a video game, this is going to be an effective way to deal with the skeletons.
I feel great. I feel great. Okay, she's like, she's still regular about us, I guess.
Yep, it was a good decision.
I wanna go left down the corridor. View. Corridor, we go left. Wait, no.
Go up the
What?
stairs.
Yeah, these are the wrong stairs. Shit. Turn back. Follow the corridor. Be nice if there was a map. On. Door.
This was the
Treasure
treasure,
was,
yeah.
but we go to stairs by.
Is any of this cat noise coming through? This thing is complaining like crazy.
I am not hearing cat. No, I'm sorry. Kid. Where's
Oh, it's just as creepy as I remember. Lovely.
nowhere near the mic? Awesome, grumbled Kid.
Sorry.
She was looking at the stains on the wall. Ceiling had been pulled back up. No reason to believe it might not come grinding down again at any moment. Bearing in mind what Riddle had told us the room was called, definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger.
Quickly.
Hissed Magil, crouching down and examining the ground for clues. Kid and I crouched down too. What are we even looking for, though? What the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? Flagstones of the floor were with a black, gooey substance which gave off an odd, rotten aroma. I had tried to drive an uncomfortable thought from my mind. Kid saw me and clearly wasn't doing much better herself. Turned close as she was facing with sands on the wall. No point in thinking. Had to try, but then door slammed shut and the gears ground to life.
Yay! It's happening again. And we blind go again!
Had to stop it. We don't deal with the trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. The pan up to this thing looks really good. It works really well. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blades that jutted out from the bottom. It looked at me and screamed.
Sword! Use the Einlanzer!
What? How do you use a sword?
Wow, cool third option.
Round? There! I drove the sword into the floor with all my might. Shock ran through the room. Bits of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, then racing upward. The ceiling gave an almighty judder. They described things as almighty a lot in this. Then stopped. Made it! Sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing.
Hey, what's that?
It was pointing at part of the wall. It's in the message written in blood.
Yes, we found what we were looking for.
Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I see something glinting faintly in the darkness. It reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. A slender ring, delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies, a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes.
The crest of Acacia. This must be an Acacian signet.
It put the ring on her middle finger, where it sat uneasily. Size. Rubies gave off an eerie glint.
Right, let's not spend any more time here than we have to.
Managed to foil the trap and retrieve the Acacian signet. Left the Einlanzer where it stood. Exited the room.
If you play Chrono Cross and there's a fucking sword stuck in a room, I'm gonna lose my shit.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you see that Tears of the Kingdom did that with some boulder puzzles?
Yes, I did. Actually, I did see that. The
That is so fucking
boulders
funny.
where you left them.
Yeah.
Puzzles.
Yeah, so for context, for anyone who... You probably figured out just from the statement, but yeah, if there was a boulder puzzle in Breath of the Wild, a lot of those have the boulder in the finishing position in Tears of the Kingdom, and if you have to put it back at the start now.
It's pretty good. Pretty good idea. Atrium. Great goth vaporwave.
Very good room.
Go to the dungeon.
These prompts of like toward the dungeon and things like that are really, really fucking useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once you know what things are, they generally tell you. Having retrieved the Acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as we got there, Magil took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. He creaked and groaned as he hit them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed apart.
Where was that when we were fighting goblins?
We had it. Magil didn't feel like he needed to do anything about that.
Yeah.
Stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him, crouched down. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him.
Wakey, wakey, Granddad! We got a few questions for you. Here, get an eyeful of this. Ring any bells,
Kid waved the Acacian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled as he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. What do you think is going to make Kid like us more?
Uh,
Save.
Good idea. I would step in between. I would do it yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels
I
like
tried-
sending Mage over is just like, here, you deal with this.
Yeah. I tried to get between Kid and the old man. Glared at me.
Get in the way, Sidge. We're for answers, remember?
But
If you really want to help him, we can't chicken out now.
look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely. It's all ended for him long ago.
I would not be so certain. This is not over. It still means something. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it.
Yeah, please.
Old man.
It's not over, you say?
Struck by the man's sudden interruption, I'll turn to look at him. Faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes.
That's right. None of this is over until we make Lynx pay.
His eyes began to cloud once more.
So my former allies have finally come for me. I am to blame. It is because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, and that all of Acacian dragoons. Only I remain here in the manor. But now all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Elkid, Sorenda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stoic?
I think this
Never
kid.
mind all that, Granddad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue, anything. Come on, out with it.
Didn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate.
The frozen flame?
Man looked momentarily confused. Then, a smile crossed his face.
My word, Lady Riddle. It has been far too long since I last had the pleasure. Why, you only need turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground underground vault, as you know.
Underground
said
truth.
truth. I see.
Kid wrapped her arms around the old man and held him tight. In a trembling voice, she whispered,
Sorry. I promise we'll get you back.
Man recoiled in horror, began to sob once more.
I am to blame. It's all my fault. Forgive me. Forgive me.
If
Look,
you want out of here, now's your chance.
But it was no use. Too busy cowering, wailing to hear me.
Oh, sorry, that
That's
one
fine.
wasn't- Yeah. We're done here, Sidge. We can't help him. I think there's more things we need to be doing. Sorry, the accent wandered a little bit there.
Thank you, whispered to the old man, before following Kid and Magil out of the dungeon.
Mean Hall.
Yes, the main hall. Okay, gotta go atrium, then back up the stairs, and I think it's further up the left side?
We never went into the corridor shrouded in darkness, which is where it sounds like the left, right, left thing would be.
That's in the future. I remember
Okay.
when that comes up. The main hall is the one with the organ. Go into the organ room.
Yes, the Tim Curry Beauty and the Beast 2 girl.
Yes, exactly. I think the large door? Yeah, we want the main hall. This main hall, thank God. No, another fucking skeleton! Is this the sexy one?
No,
No,
it's
this
not.
isn't
It's
the
the
sexy
regular
one.
one.
Okay, good. This is the regular one. This guy's
I'm
easy.
regular!
We're getting a lot of mileage out of that standing up
I
animation.
know, there's so many skeletons here. I think the sexy skeletons are only on, like, the bottom floors or something. Catch the skull. I slam it into the floor. I love to slam dunk skeleton skulls into the floor. I feel great. I feel great. Yep, any old weirdo can make something of themselves. They put their mind to it.
She standard likes me, yay. Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at least she doesn't dislike us. Go in. It's clear. Step into the main hall. I really like this organ background too. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, ending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. The great hall was filled with a heavy silence. Silence unbroken, save for the tick of a large clock that slowly counted the passage of time. Something. Several portraits glared down at us with cold eyes. The feeble glow of the candles.
Third candlestick from the left.
Whispered. What? There. Reached out towards it. Held my breath as I watched.
Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you.
It turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden rhythmic rumbling sound as if a massive gear was turning. What's that? For a moment I felt a strange sensation. I was floating.
Do you feel that?
I started to stagger.
The entire room seems to be moving downward.
Came the reply from Magil. I believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. Then another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. Cold sweat dripped from my back. My heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Waiting for us down there. Frozen flame. The prize at the end of this little adventure. What was it really? Live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists with a slip of sweat. Magil thinking. The room remained veiled and silent. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me.
Sometimes
It's Kid. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists.
Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck. Why did that become Scottish?
It's fine.
Stuck in a losing battle. I feel I'll never win no matter what I do.
The side of her I'd never witnessed before. And from this angle, I see fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in her heart. Ooh, I'm not allowed to save here. Interesting.
I would just promise.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We'll win. Promise. Nothing to worry about. We'll win in the end. Promise.
Drongo.
Gave a gentle smile.
Can't promise anything this road, Serge. There are no guarantees. But thanks anyway.
Grinned again. Seemed a little embarrassed, though. Straight in the eye. I had the strangest sensation. This wasn't Kid. Or not the only kid, anyway. I was overwhelmed by the inexplicable oddness of the idea. I noticed immediately, of course, when our little moment was over. The kid I knew was back in the room.
Trying to catch flies, mate.
Sorry. Just for a moment there, it felt like you were someone else.
Are you on about?
It gave me a confused look, tilting her head.
Must be because we are drawing near to the frozen flame.
Voice soft as ever slipped unbidden from the shadows.
You two on about?
It turned towards him, another puzzled frown.
There is another self within you, struggling against the pull of the abyss.
What's she been talking about? Crash split the silence. Collided with something. Scratch! Loud metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked. Finally came to a halt.
It's like the end of the line. I'll change. What? I'll change. Oh, that's. I assume that's like a train comment.
Yeah, like a train thing. The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, yet the keys and the pedals were moving by themselves.
Wow.
The melody it played was both unsettling and sad.
Your old tune, is it? Way to greet your guests.
It took a long stride forward, then turned to face me and Magil.
Come on, let's go.
Magil and I gently nodded our assent. It grinned, turned back to the door.
I'm coming for you, Lynx. This the end for you.
That, he led us from the hall. Continued down a long, dark corridor, walls slick with condensation. I'm not allowed to go to the menu anymore. Wow, weird.
Oh shit, are we in it? Are we locked in?
We might be locked in, yeah. The air was thick and heavy, though ripe with the stench of death. Really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last. Is there any turning back now, for any of us? Something strange about Kid that night. Agile didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone to show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What is the question? What is it? Why do you want it?
What is it?
You want to know what it is? Okay. Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? It's only silence in return. Then when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Magil spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor.
It's a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, grants eternal life. Or so some still believe. In truth, it is part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long ago. That rock was the source of a hitherto unknown power, with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked.
Oh shit.
You could say that it was humanity's dreams made manifest. But it is not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewitched by that great power. Some were led astray by it, even led it to a kingdom's ruin. Kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than a fragments and dust, its name lost to history.
For a moment, I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Magil's voice. Maybe it was just my nerves. Wait, how do you know all this, Magil? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes, continued onward in silence. For a while, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Then Kid gave a doubtful humph.
Look, I don't know if all this stuff about the frozen flame is true or not.
Look, you're sounding kind of quiet.
Oh, am I? Let me see.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
Okay, I repositioned this and ended up further away from it.
That's
It's
fine.
neither here nor there to me.
She raised a fist.
We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know.
What had Lynx seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? Trudged on down the dark passageway, us alone with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat. Felt a renewed vigor. Free. Suddenly Magil stopped in his tracks.
Wait!
Huh? Kid turned around, puzzled. Then a powerful light surged across the floor. A ring-shaped sigil appeared.
Damn it! A blood circle!
Kid and Magil were at least quick enough to try and jump clear. They weren't quite quick enough. Three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. Wow, cool!
Wow,
Cool graphics.
graphics!
Serge's outfit is so fucking silly. Look at him. Look at his little baby blue like, fucking hood shit. So bad. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape. Ah! We're trapped! He's wearing his Koji's pajamas! A wall of heat and wind blew up around us. Swirling lines of spirals and light assailed us wherever we turned. Magil
Don't let the light mesmerize you! Cover your eyes!
shouted Magil, raising a hand over his mask.
Turn with the light, not against it! There has to be a way out!
What? I barely even understand what's going on! His elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying.
Be careful! Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay well back.
I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Okay, we turn right 3 times.
Yeah.
3 steps to the right. There.
Left,
I see it.
right.
That's our way through. Found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through. Hit Magil this way. Managed to get through the barrier unscathed. We're not out of the woods yet. Still another wall of light swirling with a great wind in front of us. I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Okay, it is left twice from there, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
Steps
the
to
final
left.
one is right. The final one is right twice.
Right twice, yeah. Steps to the left. There, I see it. Okay. The same dialogue for that. Not out of the woods yet. Right. I did it!
Yeah.
Suddenly, my body felt light. Staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. Back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor. Everything was silent. Nothing had ever been a mess. Then I looked up.
Cool door.
It's like we finally made it, boys.
Strolled up to the door with a wicked grin on our face.
The true. Oh, this is Magil.
The true frozen flame
Frame.
awaits.
Magil's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching moonlight in the darkness of night.
Let's go.
He'd reach for the handle.
So this is the place, huh?
It narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. A vast pitch-black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked, as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave.
The depths.
We're in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night.
Gross.
A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness, frozen flame.
All right. Now it's us.
Light of the flame ebbed and waned gently, responding to voice.
What is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere. Oh my god, is this Kingdom of Zeal stuff?
Agile took a step further into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan.
No. Can't be.
It is. It is.
Who wants to be Lynx? I almost went for it, but I don't know. Since I do the narration, I feel like I shouldn't take a lot of these.
Ah, but it is. I don't know. I'll find out more about this guy in kind of honest.
Yeah.
Give us a Tim Curry here.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I can. That's a tall order. I'll do my best. I need to watch more Tim Curry. That's on me. But it is the ruins of the lost kingdom of mages.
The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. It looked up in shock. You ready to see what he looks like?
I expect a kitty cat man.
I'll kick your flea-bitten ass so hard you'll kiss the moon.
Oh wait.
Kid pulled her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could.
That was stupid.
Fell to the floor with a clang, knocked out of the air by some unseen hand.
Still the same impetuous child as ever, I see. It's no way to greet an old friend. Smommy bastard!
It gritted her teeth with rage.
And you, the Shadow Dweller. I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool to believe I'll fall for that again.
Agile, quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. This was the infamous Lynx. He's more man than cat in this one. But he's got weird cat whiskers coming out of his face.
Well, I'm glad that they do another try at this in Chrono Cross, apparently.
Yeah, it was better to just make him a full-on cat man. Yeah. The lord of this deadly manor. The man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to family. Assassinated General Viper. Eradicated the Order of the Acacia Dragoons.
Pleasure as always, my dear kid. And I must say, followed the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely. My greedy little sneak thief. Okay, sure.
He stepped forward, bristling. To narrow his eyes as his lips twisted into a snarl.
Meow.
Yeah.
You know what I want, kid. Give me the stone you carry. Stone?
Stone?
Oh, sorry.
Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about?
I know what you're on about, mate.
Sabat managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe.
Spare me the act, child. I know that you have it. I know she gave it to you. Oh, shit!
Oh, piss.
Hand over the time egg. Now.
That's right, she has the Chrono Trigger! The... what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it.
Dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you.
It shot back.
That's all I have left to her. I'll never let go of it. Not for anyone, and definitely not for you. Tell you what's gonna happen, you bastard. First, I'm gonna take the frozen flame, and then I'm gonna ram it down your throat. Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, it seems my words will only fall on deaf ears. And you are determined to repeat your past errors.
Moved his hand to into the grip of the ornate golden saber, or why I said orange, that hung from his belt.
Last time, I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake. One which I mean to correct. Serge, Magil, stay back.
It took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching.
This ends here and now. You'll pay for what you've done. You'll pay for what?
Yeah!
You'll pay for what you did to Luca.
The scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. There was no contact. Where Lynx had been mere moments before, now there was only empty space.
DBZ teleport noise.
Yes. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past only a hair's breadth from his nose. Then it was Lynx's turn. He lashed out with a saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, and already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart.
At least you had the decency to repair a little better last time. Better than last time.
Lynx purred. A red line
Literally.
appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing into a drop of blood. Kid! In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack.
Good
Lynx
boss
dodged
theme.
the sign. Yeah, the boss theme is really cool, right? Lynx dodged it to the side, made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing. Then Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. Now, come on, it's a cat. Use the cat metaphor here.
Yeah, we could.
Like, come on! Don't be ridiculous! There's a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into her stomach. It collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips.
Will that be all, girl?
Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar. Lay, lifeless and still. Kid? Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx. Magil was there already. He flew through the darkness, a part of the shadows, before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back. Countless threads of light emerged his fingertips toward Magil. A droning hum. The threads of light surrounded Magil, crossing over one another. It spread to form a lattice of light that gave off a blinding glare. Trapped Magil where he stood.
Is this?
Magil staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands.
Simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide.
Lynx leered at Magil with a venomous grin.
You've been quite the thorn in my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret it.
Magil struggled and groaned. Had to do something. Kid and Magil needed me! What was I gonna do? I'm the least helpful and good at anything member of the party. Ah! Okay, I challenge Lynx. Lynx had started making his way over toward Kid while I was paralyzed with indecision. Oh no!
Oh, fuck.
The matter, kid? You were so bold only a moment ago. Aren't you gonna keep me entertained?
Yeah?
I did it. I said the line. Did it not
But
come
you
through?
said like I afterwards.
Yeah.
Were you gonna say something?
No, I was gonna say if you had to back up the emulator, I wouldn't blame you because that was we were
Oh,
reading.
that's not what
Yeah,
this
it's
is.
an official
Okay.
release.
We're
Lynx
fucked.
looked
Never
down
mind.
his nose at Kid's broken body.
Now, do you want to give me the time egg? We can still be civilized about this. I am, of course, a gentleman, and it pains me to have to seize a fair maiden's valuables by force. Even if the fair maiden in question is in fact a filthy street rat.
Street rat, I don't buy that. Pressed his foot into Kid's head. I could hear her faint voice, faint and breathless.
It's Lucas Stone, not yours. I'll never give it to anyone. No way will I give it to the likes of you.
I couldn't let him get any closer to her. What was I going to do? Okay, we run to Kid. Kid! I ran over where she lay. Light out, still collapsed where she had fallen. Blood still ran from her mouth. Hey, Kid, say something! Crouched down next to her, glancing at her face in a panic. Groaned. Then she began to stir, her face twisted in pain.
Surge.
It's okay, Kid. I'm here.
How touching. Oh wait, this is the bad guy.
Yeah.
How touching. Although I'd be more concerned about my own well-being if I were you.
Voice came from behind me. Oh fuck, he's nothing personal kidding us. Felt as if ice water had been poured down my neck. I jumped to my feet and turned around. With
I
the
hopped on my
large
motorcycle
room.
and gave chase.
Just looking down at me with a cold, emotionless stare.
Yeah. Any
Yeah.
friend of Kid is certainly no friend of mine. Forgive me, but I cannot permit you to leave this place alive.
Where I realized that his hand had shot out toward me. His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. I couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. Fearless talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind.
Look, Kid. See your friends, see him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck.
His breathing was ragged, blood still dripped from her lips. And she groggily raised her head. Couldn't get up. Didn't have the strength.
Surge. Give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors that I mean to correct. Mistakes in the past that must be set right.
His narrow, emotionless eyes returned to my face.
How long before he perishes, I wonder?
I struggled to breathe. I could only make choking sounds. Kids screamed my name.
decide. Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? I can't!
She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain.
I'm so sorry, Serge, but I swore I'd sacrifice everything to stop Lynx.
Don't worry about me.
Obviously. Don't worry. Oh,
Don't worry about me. It's all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. It started to black out. It's really how it was going to end.
Ah, for crying out loud. Fine, you win. Here, have your damn rock.
Its grip on my throat loosened. Burning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand in his shirt.
I knew you'd come around in the end.
Threw my body to the ground, walked over toward her.
Just shut up and take it, you bastard. It's all you deserve.
With all the strength she could muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand.
Ah!
Leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. It's too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain, staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers.
You wretched little shit of a girl.
Lynx stood awkwardly, still clutching at the wound on his face. Fingers of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back towards Kid, who still lay on the ground.
I'll kill you all.
He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Gasped as all the wind was knocked out of her. More blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid! I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Yeah, you wretched little shit! Lynx turned his head slowly to look at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He stepped toward me.
Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear kid, rest assured that your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering as I did that Luca woman.
His body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. Wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Gritting her teeth, staggered to her feet.
Lynx. Lynx!
And an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Their light began to form from somewhere in her kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. Twin lights entwined, curling slowly upward. As it rose, a golden spiral spread.
No, this can't be!
Lynx stood motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Is this the Time Egg's power? It screamed as a raging blaze of light engulfed her.
I'll never let you do it again! I'll never let you steal from me again!
Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. Collapsed to the ground as if all the life had gone out of her. She's going SSJ! I heard a voice. It's quiet and still at the end. It's come to pass. It is retracing her lost memories back through time, back to the Lost Kingdom.
Ooh, a pro tag with lost memories, fun.
It's through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. Her grief she wished to disappear. Past, her future. Wanted it all to sink into lost in the seething whirl of time. Spies would she close herself off from all that she saw and heard, cursed her very existence. Stone wished.
I'm sorry, are you telling me she's Queen Zeal?
I don't know. Hands of her clock were rewound, memories unraveled. Stone gave her a chance to begin again. Stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, Mere babe, her memory's a blank slate. Time egg shattered, its fragments raining down on the world. Shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted, swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed, locked into the void. Then, a scream echoed in the darkness. That voice. Is that kid? It sounded just like. I think this is like.
Is this kid probably?
Is this
Glumpy's
is
back.
it's
is this Magus? Is this Lynx?
I feel like this is Lynx, right?
No, this is all wrong. The black vortex, it surrounds us. No, stop! What the screensaver? Dinosaur?
Yeah, dinosaur.
Dinosaur?
Dinosaur! Lost everything. Now I can but wander. World drifts. Time is a blur. Endless, sea. Where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. I love this. I see myself as a baby, crying next to my mother. Exhausted yet proud look on her face. Myself aged, wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. A place where countless worlds overlap, and dreams play out. Rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself of all my burdens and sleep here, receive dreams.
Wow, we really are radically dreaming now, aren't we?
We really are. They're calling me. Hear the song. So glad that the dinos and fish are going by the whole time. Kid, please.
Was that kid talk? Was that supposed to be kid
It may have
talking
been
before?
kid talking. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Can you
It was
hear me?
hard to tell.
Kid, say something. Kid, you gotta stay with me.
Especially considering it switched from
Yeah, she's not doing the
Serge,
accent.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Who's that? Who's calling me? Yeah, the fact that the accent was gone was kind of wild. Like,
Yeah.
that's like, listen, across the multiverse, you're always Australian. Serge? Where am I?
Kid, you're awake.
I heard a song. It's beautiful. It's that song that Luca loved.
Closed her eyes. Face glowed with a warm smile.
I'll never forget that song. Makes me want to cry whenever I hear it.
Just glad you're back. Like I was losing you. Somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming a song for you. Don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. Liked it, so I gave a gentle nod.
It was you. You were the one who called me back. That was you calling me name. Thanks, Sidge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back.
Suddenly she gasped with pain. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself.
Well, we get to see this again.
Yeah?
I told you, kid. I told you I would kill you.
He had no strength left to fight. What was I going to do? We had to protect her. I threw myself over Kid's inert form. I had to protect her.
Ah! You rush needlessly to your grave, boy.
Thank you next time. Lynx glared coldly at me with his remaining eye.
They really should have knocked an eye out of the
They
spray.
should have, yeah.
Alas, your time has come.
Raised his saber high, preparing to strike.
This has got to be
Enough.
magic. Yeah.
Stunned, we looked toward the intruder.
You.
Oh?
There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. It was Grandma, actually! How had she made it all the way down here?
Lady Vera. And what have we done to bring Paul's Magister General running, I wonder? These
Wow.
names sound familiar.
It's been far too long, Lordlings. A pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best.
Or is the town that is to the south of Guardia in Chrono Trigger.
Okay, I knew it was in there somewhere.
The little tiny place. Crone met Lynx's mad stare head on.
We'll take the frozen flame. After all, it seems you two have been quite unable to decide which of you should have it.
Raised a hand. Oh, I fucking double tapped. Sorry, everybody. Magil lifted Kid to her feet.
This seemed like a good time to leave.
Lynx snarled.
You'll regret this, witch.
He kicked off from the floor. His body rose into the air. Then he turned his venomous glare on us.
And you, kid, you'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You will never be safe from me.
That disappeared like a puff of smoke. Crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us.
Kid, if you wish to try and steal the frozen flame again, you're welcome to try anytime you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first.
Soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us.
This is
Darkness, heed my call!
With Kid slumped against him, Magil spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air.
Hurry, Surge! This way!
Grabbed onto him, plunged into blackness.
That was kooky.
Yeah, a lot of wacky stuff happened there. Kind of weird and different from what you would have expected. Thanks to Magil's magic, managed to escape the manor alive. Lights of torches dotted the forest. Your soldiers calling to one another. Stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperately trying to quiet her ragged breathing. The terrible wound she'd suffered seemed to be taking its toll. You okay, Kid?
Don't worry about me, mate.
Surrounded. Oh, no, Magil said that, sorry.
We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us.
Magil, his eyes cautiously scanning the air. Every single burglary goes like this. Yeah, it's true. Every time somebody's ever tried to steal anything, generally, they almost get killed. One of them has a magical artifact that explodes and shows them the dawn of the universe. And then an old witch appears and sicks the army on everyone. It raised her head to look.
It's me and Magic they want. Get out of here, Surge. It's us they want, not you.
Saying, I'm not leaving you here. Look at you, you can barely stand.
It's nothing I can't handle. Besides, I've got the Magic with me. Catch us, they won't go easy on you.
But
I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long, long time ago.
slowly Kid averted her gaze, up at the night sky.
I have to go.
Stars reflected in her eyes. Suddenly, like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face. Kid,
Don't worry, Sedge. I'm okay. We'll meet again.
Kid smiled.
We'll meet again somewhere. Someday.
Perhaps even 1999 on the PlayStation 1.
So, I'll sometime. Promise. I'll wait until we actually get through this.
Yeah. Her eyes closed gently.
It managed to nick the frozen flame in the end. And I lost the time egg too. The only thing I had left of Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. Most important thing in the world.
She opened her eyes again, fixed them on me. I've lost myself. the depths forever.
No one can take it from me. Not as long as I live.
Nothing else in the world I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. I wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. That was exactly what I wished for. Hey, Stitcher.
Why, Serge? And thanks.
Down. Into darkness. Ever see her again? Kid!
Don't follow me, Serge. Please, just don't.
I strained to try and catch a glimpse. The last traces of her shadow vanished. Vanished toward a place I might never see again. Oh! Kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. Agile! Without saying a word, he slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw a sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew, melted in darkness. Agile! Kid! Wait! Don't leave me! I screamed into the night. There was no reply. Black silence swallowed my cries. Kid! Kid!
Full render to end on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Why
Are there multiple
indeed?
endings or is there just the one?
What?
Are there multiple
Oh.
endings or is there
There
just the
are
one?
multiple endings to this, yeah.
Wow. How, like, dramatically different?
Actually pretty dramatically different because a lot of them are actually just like entirely alternate story routes. They only unlock after you beat the main ones.
Oh.
So ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Magil, and Riddle again. One day. Somewhere. Another time in another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. That's a story for another day. Now, let's put down my pen. Throwing Riddle in there. You know, she was part of the group too, but not Grismeld for some reason. I closed my grandfather's diary. Then, from downstairs, I heard my mother calling. Did you hear me? Your friend's here. Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The door flew open. Tumbled a young girl. A girl who seemed somehow familiar. Oh, hey! Hi! Thank you so much. This is... Do the kid voice for me.
Hey, Serge, it's a beautiful day
it's
for
gone.
adventuring. I found a rundown old manor off in the woods to the north. You wanna go exploring? Come on, put the book down and let's get out there.
Oh, you did real good with that.
I caught it off the Twitch. I have both
Nice.
visible,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Mhm.
Thank you so much, Blue. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I want to hear more stories of Grismeld too. He's cool.
Grismeld is the breakout character this
He
should
really
have had.
is.
I
Everybody
want
loves
to drink tea with
Grismeld.
Grismeld.
Grismeld should have been the frog of this adventure.
He should have. Yeah, I agree 100%. Here we are. That's Radical Dreamers. Unstealable Jewel. What'd you think?
I think what's his name needs to give himself a little bit more credit for his writing because I was very excited about it.
Yeah, I was really shocked when I read that Misato Kato didn't want this game republished because he thought the writing wasn't good enough. Because I really like this. I mean, I understand, you know, you're an artist, you're the worst critique of your own work. And also, I think he probably, since they made this game in like 3 months, he probably had like this feeling of like, no, it's not good enough to throw out there again. But I think it's real good. I really like this one.
I also have to imagine that given its like extreme niche and small audience that it's basically non-canon and that whatever happens in whatever happens in Chrono Cross is the real story. So it's like before you ever talked Radical Dreamers coming out, you have to bring Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross back first.
Yeah. All right, you Kit. How'd you like it? You have fun?
I liked it. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah.
I had a good time, like, I don't know. Yeah, it was fun. I had
Yeah,
a good time
it's-
chilling and reading and invoicing and stuff.
Yeah.
One thing that I
and-
think is really interesting is this format of storytelling.
Uh-huh.
It really makes battles a lot more grisly and
Yeah, right?
painful as
Like-
opposed to the downright cartoony combat.
Yeah, yeah.
Chrono Trigger by comparison.
Yeah, the visual novel combat is like, oh, you just get fucked up, huh? You just fucking, like, you're just... I mean, that one fight in the vault we had that I actually died during was just like, they were just beating Surge to death constantly. Blood was everywhere. It's horrifying. What did you think, Luke? What did you think about the connections to Chrono Trigger that showed up near the end?
It seems weird to be like, oh, by the way, Luke is dead, but I definitely, for a plot twist I never saw coming, that would be it.
Yeah.
I do say that the idea of, because certainly it seems to imply that she is the Queen of Zeal, or at least somebody from Zeal.
She's somebody from Zeal. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
and-
say what, but she's somebody from Zeal. It's not the Queen. I'll tell you that. She's
Oh,
not
okay,
the
never
Queen.
mind. Then I know who she fucking is then.
Okay.
But I will say, being, taking that kingdom and being like, hey, we're gonna, somebody from there deserves another chance, so we're
Mhm.
gonna give them a new life, but they're not totally separated from it. That's a very fun story concept.
yeah,
A story concept that, while I'm sure this is non-canon, I do have a very funny feeling that story concept is going to show up in Chrono Cross.
That's ridiculous.
That's a
That
bit of a
doesn't make
stretch,
any
isn't
sense to me.
There's
There's no way they'd do that again.
there's
Yeah.
no girls who are in the Kingdom of Zeal who are incredibly popular with the fan base that they might want to take and run with. No, not at all.
Yeah, like it says here, there's 7 endings. Once you beat the game the regular way, you can play it again, and different things will happen. It's hard to say, like, none of them are canon when, like, Radical Dreamers isn't canon to begin with, right? But they go in a lot of really, like, goofy and weird directions. There's one of them where, Agile is revealed to actually be, Riddle's, like, lost fiance or something. And it's just, like, this goofy, like, romantic plot between the two of them. There's one where Magil
But
is
he's gay
reve-
for skeletons.
Yeah, he's only horny for skeletons. That doesn't make sense. There's one where it's revealed that Magil is like a space cop. I don't remember. I haven't seen it in the official version, but I remember in the fan translation they called his space cop name Mick Van Jovi, which is great. I think.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but then there's also some, like, dark and serious variations on it where, like, other different, like, spooky shit happen. So there's a lot of different unique sort of, alternate routes on this to go through. Again, it's really fucking wild that they did all this, made, like, this cool game, and it was only available for a span of 14 hours. Literally, February 3rd, 1996, from noon to 2 p.m. 2 a.m., sorry, not p.m. That would have been nuts. From noon to 2 a.m. Only time you could have played this. Only time you could have, like, gotten the download to play it. You could play it outside of that time. That wasn't
How
always
much longer
the case.
did how much longer did the Satellaview last after that?
I believe they
look.
kept doing broadcasts. Fuck, I can't remember. I think it was 98? I think they were broadcasts until 98. Then I
Really?
think the service shut down entirely in, like, 2000.
Well, I'm amazed the service lasted until 2000. That's a very long time for
Yeah, and
Super
Nintendo
Nintendo
actually
product to
pulled
stick
out of it
around.
entirely. It was just, like, Saint Giga doing it with old stuff.
Oh,
I
okay.
think.
Oh, was it like reruns? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think so. I might need to look this up again. Hang on. Yeah. It was until 2000. Yeah, Nintendo pulled out in '98 because Saint Giga was like incredibly in debt, and so Nintendo, they wanted to, Nintendo was like,
Oh
hey,
my God.
let's manage this debt a little bit, and Saint Giga rejected their proposal for debt management. And so
Look at
Nintendo is like, okay, bye.
look at this
Uh,
rat's nest of cabling and gizmos. So you had to have
yes.
all of this shit that's in that
Yep.
picture that I just put in chat, put together, and and
Yep.
and
Had to be paying for a subscription.
turn your console on and try to download this during a 14-hour window.
Yeah. And you had to know that it was going to happen also, I guess, to do that, right?
I wonder if we probably don't know for sure. I wonder if there was some licensing or something like that too, where it was like they
Probably.
approved a broadcast and then it was like, okay, we did it. Well, we're going to approve more broadcasts in the future. But by that point, like Nintendo probably had cold feet and everybody kind of
Yeah,
just
and I
wanted
mean,
to
like,
quit while they were behind.
because this was like such an ephemeral service, there's the information about it is kind of spotty, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to have a lot of like concrete details on all of this stuff, and not all of it still survives. I don't think. I really doubt that like all of the Satellaview games have been dumped, and even some of them, anything that had like a live sound over the radio component, like the Zelda game, there was like, some Mario stuff as well that had that. All of that is just gone. The only way that we have like the preserved version of the Zelda thing with the radio drama is because somebody like did like a VHS recording of it while it was happening and uploaded it on Nico Nico. And like the BS Zelda thing that they've done is like a fan dub based on translating that. So it's it's pretty
People are incredible.
wild. It's pretty nuts.
People are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it is. It is
Wild.
a weird, wild service. But I'm glad that this game is out there again. You can see Radical Dreamers. I know that there is also a lesser version of the ending that we saw that happens if Kid really doesn't like you. But we saw the good one, so we kept the girl respect high up enough.
Good.
Yeah.
I will say I really, between this and some of the other games, like when you've done Tokyo Memorial and things like that, I think this format of game is really, really fun on Twitch.
Yeah.
Because we get to read along together as opposed to just like
yeah. I have fun reading with my friends. It's cool, I think.
Yeah, and we're all kind of in it together. It makes it it's kind of it feels like it's some sort of book club almost. Like it's somewhere between a script reading and a book club because we are both reading it and reacting to it.
Yeah. It's really cool. I like when I have like the visual novel stuff to bring everybody along. Fun. That's Radical Dreamers. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I gotta say, thinking about like the Luca thing, it does kind of like come as a surprise. I think there's more details about that if you make certain dialogue choices earlier, but like the fact that it's Luca really only comes out in that final battle. I have to say, they picked the right character from Chrono Trigger for the gut punch, right?
Yeah.
Everybody loves Luca.
Yeah, Luca is the best one, and I think Masato Kato knew that.
I mean, I said this during the Chrono Trigger stream. In very many ways, like, yeah, Marl and Chrono are incredibly important, don't get me wrong, but it feels in so many ways like it's her
Yeah.
there is no like grand sense of purpose. He's
It
not a
feels
chosen
like
one.
you could have had Luca be the protagonist of that game, and Chrono
I
wasn't
think you
there, and it all
could've.
would have worked.
Yeah, nothing against Chrono, but the adventure would have worked completely without
Man,
him.
I really like this bit with like the render of the castle over the moon and the parallax trees. Like, it's got like those little like weird jaggy artifacts and stuff, but it still looks really cool, especially with this song.
It was
Yeah.
interesting playing this because I didn't know how long to expect it to be. But once we had gotten like that far in and like plot threads were starting to tie up, and I remembered that this was like a free download, I was like,
Yeah.
this isn't a long adventure.
Yeah.
So it literally, whatever story is told in Chrono Cross, they have, it's a $60 PlayStation game
Yeah.
versus a download that it had to fit on an 8.
It's got Chrono Cross is a lot longer than this. It's
8
not. It's
megabits.
much longer than 4 hours. I'll tell you that for free.
This had to fit on an 8 megabit cartridge pack.
Yeah.
Over satellite.
Yeah. Chrono Cross is a big ass game. I'm very excited to play that. If any of you want to hang out with me during that, no pressure, but you are free to join me as well.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm probably gonna start playing that next week. It, like I mentioned, it's been a long time since I've played that game, so I'd like to experience it again. But that we're done for tonight. I hope you all
Awesome.
had a good time. I hope you all have fun. You all are feeling good, feeling excited. I'm gonna be back on Thursday with Sonic the Hedgehog, famous guy everybody loves because it will
Who's that?
be June 1st. The
Yeah, but
start
he's
of
not Australian.
his famous month. Well, there is an Australian in that game. In one of the Sonic games. Sonic Rush, at least. Yeah. That will be it for me tonight. Send you over to Sebmal.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Playing Jumping Flash. Which is, I want to check out sometime. Oh. Yeah, Knuckles is Australian, exactly.
The
thank you-
bashful daydreamer is another variety of the radical dreamer.
Yeah, true. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you all had a great time. See y'all later. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Everybody,
Bye-bye.
bye.
I love it whenever somebody plays the Beetle Bye at the end of the stream. Okay, see y'all later, everyone.
Wah.